have Okuwatosin Ngundimu, Faiza Jajai, and Barakat Adesonya. Together, we are Team Imperial. Our topic for today is gender mainstreaming. I would like Barakat to give a description about the book We Should All Be Feminists by Chiamanda Ngozi Adichie.
Thank you, Omobolale. The book We Should All Be Feminists by Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie cut across discrimination, gender equality, and social upbringing. We Should All Be Feminists is an unapologetic declaration of feminist power. It's a collection of short essays adapted from a popular TED Talk of the same name. The talk was first delivered at TED Easton, which is held annually in Great Britain and features prominent leaders and thinkers speaking about issues relating to Africa. In her book, Ngozi recounts childhood stories of oppression and discrimination. She uses her personal stories as examples in ways to enact social change. Throughout, Adichie draws extensively on her own experiences in the US, in her native Nigeria, and abroad, offering an artful, nuanced explanation of why the gender divide is harmful for women and men. Also, the more insidious and institutional behaviors that marginalize women around the world, in order to help readers of all walks of life better understand the often marked reality of sexual politics. Although the book is only 52 pages short, when you stop seeing this book as small, you realize it has so much to unpack. Michelle Obama said something, and I quote, "It's like the problem in the world today is we love our boys and we raise our girls." Ngozi focuses on the wage gap and the gendered nation of economic power. In Nigeria, for instance, it is assumed that any woman with money has gotten that money from a man. She also mentioned how women make up 52% of the population and yet do not even make 50% of the positions of power. She concluded by saying that people do a great disservice to both men and women by teaching them to adhere to strict gender roles. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be launching a talk show to critically analyze the book We Should All Be Feminists. This will be fun, so sit back, grab your smoothie and popcorn and enjoy the show. Hello everyone, it is Imperial time now. We welcome you to the Imperial Talk Show. I am super excited to have you here to listen to what we have for you today. Listeners, you should be excited too because we'll be giving our analysis, strong opinions, and not criticisms on the book We Should All Be Feminists by Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. I am Barakat, your old-time host. We have two guests on the show and they will be introducing themselves now. Faiza Jaji, a happy African feminist. Omobolale.
I am Omobolale, a feminist that do not hate men.
Wow, this is aspiring. I hope at the end of this show, I'll be inspired by words to becoming a happy African feminist that do not hate men. Okay, let's get started. Ngozi became a feminist because she encountered a lot of gender inequality when she was growing. According to her, from the class monitor thing to the guy she gave money at the restaurant, but the guy thanked her friend, who is a guy, and all sorts of inequalities she encountered. Omobolale, what do you think of these two scenarios, and when do you think to become a feminist?
Thank you, Barakat. Yes, our reasons were enough. That was gender discrimination. The young man could have thanked her, but I think she should have confronted the teacher and the young man instead of assuming. I can remember when I was in 100 level, I wanted to go for the class governor of my department. And most people did not want me to go because I was actually a female. They were like, many guys came out, they were like saying, you're a girl, you might not win the election. But I was so bold, and I was like, I really want to do this thing. And I know that I can actually govern the class. My ego was even like saying that, can you do this? I was like, I can do it. To cut the long story short, I ended up becoming the class governor for 4 good years till I even finish my university. And till now, most of my classmates, when they see me or when they chat me up, they always call me Govi. So I just feel that most times Ugozi should have actually tell the teacher that she was interested in taking the role. Most times we females, we end up being silent because we feel that if we talk, they might actually end up shunning up. So I just feel that there was gender discrimination.
Thank you, Omobolale. I would like to share my story too. It was crystal clear that she encountered gender equality. After passing the test and she couldn't get the class monitor role, she gave the man money and he was thanking her guy friend. Why? Why couldn't the guy why should the guy could have thanked her instead of thanking her guy friend. If I was the one, I would have collected my money and acted petty. Although I'm just joking. But I feel in those scenarios, she could have stood up for herself by talking about it, like Omobolanle said. Maybe there would have been a changed mind towards gender inequality, thereby reducing people that engage in gender discrimination by two people. I'm a graphic designer. I remember in 2019, that was when I decided to monetize my skill. I prayed for a job. God being the merciful one, I got one job. So I negotiated with the client, and upon the agreement, I thanked the client, and he replied me, "You are welcome, sir." I told him that I'm a man, not sir. He sent the shock emoji and said, "You are a lady." I replied, "Yes." The last message from that man was, "Wow." And that was it. He stopped replying my message. I was so annoyed and furious. Forget about the money now. I know there were a few lady designers as at 2019, but try me out and see the magic I will create. After this, I began the course to stop the gender discrimination by being a feminist. I must say, gender discrimination is truly rampant in schools, workplace, and so on. Ngozi said, "Today we believe in a vastly different world. The person more qualified to lead is not the physically stronger person. It is the more intelligent, more knowledgeable, the more creative and more innovative person. And there are no hormones for those attributes. A man is as likely as a woman to be intelligent, innovative, and creative. We have evolved, but our ideas about gender have not evolved very much." Thank you, listeners, for following the show. Talking about the book, We Should All Be Feminists. I have read that book many times, and all I can denote is that Chimanda is basically talking about gender mainstreaming, equality for men and women. Omobolanle, what do you like about the book We Should All Be Feminists?
Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is not afraid to step on some toes. She uses her platform to uplift issues like being passionate about. If you follow her work, you will know she's very passionate about gender equality. For her, any equality starts with feminism. She offers readers a unique definition of feminism for the 21st century, one rooted in inclusion and awareness, where she said, feminist is a man or a woman who says, yes, there's a problem with gender as it is today, and we must fix it. We must do better. All of us, both women and men, we must do better because we are all involved in this together.
Thank you, Omobolanle. Actually, Adichie stole my heart when she said that we should do away with the word emasculation. To me, it has always had an air of chaos. Whenever the man or woman in this situation wants to relay harm, but both are entangled in some sort of figurative form of combat. We worry about hurting men's feeling more, so that engaging in dialogue with them, this leads into larger thought on social language, or how we talk about things differently when it involves women and men, even in the same situation. She talked about culture function, ultimately to ensure the preservation and continuity of people. Ngozi said, culture do not make people, people make culture. I like that. About the secondary school boy and girl going out, both of them with pocket money, yet the boy is expected to pay bills always to prove his masculinity. My opinion about that is that our culture has instilled certain characteristics, or should I say guidelines, on what makes a man, and this includes showing superiority by not sharing monetary responsibilities, and this is not fair on the men's part. There is nothing to prove in you as a man paying the bills, but there is nothing wrong in a lady paying part of the bill or all the bill if she can do it. And teenagers with the same pocket money should share bills, of course. It does not make you weak as a man, neither does it make you strong as a woman. Omobolanle, we need to shed more light on women doing the house chores alone in African homes. What do you have to say about that?
Thank you, Barakat. House chores can be done by both gender. Marriage is a love contract. You know, most of the audience will agree with me that marriage is a love contract. If the money, basics of caring, and not because she ought to do it. Husbands should normalize thanking their wife for taking out time to do the house chores, not looking at them that she's mandatory to do it. Most of our culture, we are like, okay, women are born to do this, women are born to do that, which is not supposed to, which is not fair on our part. I'll be using the quote from the book in page 28 when she was saying boys and girls are undeniable different biologically, but socialization exaggerates the difference. And let's start with a self-fulfilling prophet. For example, let's take cooking for example. I was going to say that perhaps women are born with cooking gene until I remember that the majority of famous cooks in the world, they are called chef, which means they are men. Most of our audience, even listening to us, they even cook better than we females.
Thank you, Omobolale. And the show will be ending soon, but I'd like each of our guests to give the audience their recommendation about book. Omobolale, what's your recommendation about We Should All Be Feminists?
Before I proceed, Barakat, have you been able to inspire? Have you been able to inspire to become a happy African feminist who do not hate man?
Actually, yes, I am.
Okay, I would like to tell you I would like to talk about my recommendation about the book. The first thing that I learned, the first thing I actually learned about the first thing I actually learned about the book is that we should all be feminists because it addresses some very important issues of inequality and gender, which do not only affect women but also affects one. Feminism is for everyone, regardless of gender, and both men and women they must benefit from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Omobolale. I would love to see a new African without gender discrimination. Adichie is sounding the call and reminding us that there is quite a lot of work left to be done. The inspiration I gained after reading those 52 books is limitless and beautiful. It makes me want to do crazy things like open a big store and save the world from gender discrimination. Crazy things because I don't know how to write. It is a short text to read if you feel beaten down by patriarchy. Feminism is for everyone, regardless of gender. Both men and women will benefit from it. Be reminded. Thank you very much for joining us in this show.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. You know, one thing I always say is that you will know a team that attends meetings. You will know a team that, this presentation just shows me that this team was present in the last meeting that we did, and they took to many of the examples and corrections that we gave in the meeting. Okay, thank you very much, guys, for a good presentation. To be honest, listening to you guys make me feel like I've actually like I've read the book in itself, because you guys actually gave a good summary of the book. All right, your time was 12:58 minutes, which is good timing. I'm just going to call on a mentor to give you feedback. Adetayo, are you here? Or should I be calling? Wait, 1 minute, please. All right. Sorry, Adetayo. I'm going to call on Sarah because this is Sarah's jurisdiction. So I want Sarah to give them a thorough feedback as well. Sarah, are you here? Is Sarah online?
Yeah, she's here.
While we're waiting for Sarah, can I just pick the?
Oh yeah, yes.
I just want to say well done, Tim Impera, and this is a really good presentation. Good analysis of a book, and even though I've not read the book before, you made me feel like I know most of the things that Chiamanda.
Yeah.
Good analysis of the book as well, and I love the creativity with the talk show, which is what this book really needs for a proper analysis.
Yes.
This is a topic that has been argued over and over again. There's no time you go online and you not see people arguing about what feminism really is, right? And the fact that you really highlighted it, you made the proper analysis of feminism. Well done to you guys. And good, confident presentation as well. The only thing I would notice was that Barakat and Omobolale did a lot of the presentation, but is Tosin not available in the team?
Yeah, I messaged you the other day that we couldn't get across Tosin. And I told you he was complaining about network issue, that he's staying in a village that it does not have light. And because of Faiza was the main reason why we decided to shift this meeting to be the first presenter. But unfortunately, a few minutes to the meeting now, I was even trying to message Dr. Olajumoke, but I felt she would be busy since it was almost time for the meeting, that she don't think she can miss it, because I told Dr. Olajumoke that she said she was having a ceremony, and I think she was an important part of that ceremony.
Oh, okay. So she couldn't do it. So because I just noticed it was just two of you. Okay. Right.
Sarah is here. I really want to hear what Sarah has to
yes.
say on,
Yeah,
on this
I've
book.
said all
Yeah.
I want to say anyway. Okay. Well done, Tim.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, my network is quite spotty, but I'll just try and speak. And if you can't hear me, just indicate in the chat box so that I would maybe type instead or find an alternative to such. So for me, um, yes,
Sarah, we
one
can't.
of the books that
Oh,
would get my heart. I
okay.
love Chimamanda. And also of the presentation, like the team did like really well. The book. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, yes, yes. We can hear you now. Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, okay, great. So I was just saying that I love the presentation and also the book as well. I've read the book. I love the author Chimamanda because I mean she has written many bestsellers, and when you read them, you don't find difficulty in knowing why they become bestsellers. I love the approach that was used to present this book. So having that interview or discussion approach which the team used, that was very, very creative of them. It wasn't just something that they would come and narrate about the book itself, which I found quite impressive. I don't know, because of the network, I wasn't sure if there was any male team member that were on the group that was able to present something having to do with the book. I noticed that it was just female presenters alone. That's what I figured from the presentation that was going on. It would have been good to see a balance of both male and female presenters, and who would equally speak to the book, and that way reflects that okay, we should all be feminists, not just applying to just one side of the gender group, that's the female side. We could also see that there's also a male person speaking in support of the book and also appraising the book as well. So, but that aside, the presentation was very, very superb. And then for the book itself, like everything, there's always, like, no matter how excellent, no matter how brilliant it is, there's always some form of either limitation or criticism to the book. So for me or for others, not everyone might agree with this book. The book might not have like a pass mark, it's a pass mark for everyone. It's a really good book. I'm not saying it's not. It's a really good book. And just to point out that the limitation that was highlighted in the course of reading that book was having to say, feminism by default so engages like differently by means of where the person's background is. If you're a white person, compared to the essentially the same or equality because of like certain like differences in which kind of like generalizes feminism to apply it to everybody in the world. It doesn't really like put out the differences. She tried to an extent, to be honest, but she was bringing it more from the like African perspective and did not really point to the fact that okay, there are other parts of the word that might interpret it differently, even though there's a basic definition of it. So just to point that out, it doesn't have to be part of the presentation going forward. But that aside, overall, it was a great presentation. I love the book. I love well done to everyone who prepared and selected this book. Like, you all have my hands. We're all feminists.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you very much. All right, to Clarity, I'm sorry about that. Are you guys ready now?
Yeah, we're ready. But
right.
We'll be doing just Parami and I will be presenting because Sumaya is a bit, her phone is bad and Parami is busy. Yeah.
All right. Are you projecting your slides yourself?
No. Please help us do that. Thank you. Please, am I clear? Am I clear?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Because it's raining in the background.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. 1 minute, please. Please, if you've got a video or a sound that you need to play, please tell me before I project your screen so that I am aware of that.
Okay, it's without a video.
All right. Just 1 minute, please. Oh, shit, did I download it? Just a minute, please. Okay, found it. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, you can. Just to confirm,
all right, when you're ready. Is Fermi on the call?
I can see she's on the call.
Yes, I'm on the call, but it's raining. It's raining. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
hear you.
Okay.
All right, when you guys are ready, let me know. Yes, you can start now.
Robin Sharma has been writing excellent book for over 20 years. And Tim Clarity has come to do a book review on his recent book called The Leader Who Had No Title. We'll be focusing on the power of mentorship, and which was the style he used to narrate this book. In his book, there was a young boy named Blake, which can be seen on our slide, who had recently lost his father. He had just come back from the military and was disorganized and confused about life. An older man called Tommy, who was a friend of his father before passing, identified Blake from the bookstore where he worked, and he saw how he lacked so much passion doing his daily task. Tommy, of course, because he knew his father, knew that Blake could do so much more with his life and decided to take him as a mentor. This book used a lot of acronyms to drive in our point. Tommy took Blake to the first mentor, Anna. Anna was an extremely excellent housekeeper. She was excellent on her job. Anyone will have easily thought she owned the hotel rather than someone who was a simple housekeeper. The thing she taught Blake was you need no title to be a leader, meaning anyone can be a leader. She gave him a pathway to becoming a leader without any title. And her acronym was IMAGE. The I in the image stands for innovation. She encouraged Blake that for him to bring out the leader in him, he must be innovative. He must be creative. Every day, he had to look for new ways to do things. He couldn't keep doing things the same way. He had to think of a new way. The M in image stands for mastery. Whatever Blake must be doing, Blake had to be excellent at it. He had to commit to mastery and improve constantly for him to be a leader. Of course, For him to be a leader, he had to be very authentic. Nobody likes a fake person, or do you? So he had to be trustworthy, not only to others, but to himself. And he had to have the guts to do anything he puts his mind to. Because leaders are only the people that have guts. And lastly, she ended it with ethics. He had to do right, whether no one was watching him, or if anyone was, whether no one was watching him. He just had to do what was right. At the end of this roadmap that Anna took Blake on, Blake could already see that he was evolving into a better person. But he didn't know how much more he would learn. So let me hand it over to Feromi to continue with the other leader, the other mentor, TY, who was an excellent skydiver.
Thank you, Blessing. Tommy took Blake to meet another mentor, Ty Boyd. Ty Boyd is a 5-time world sky champion. Ty Boyd talked with Blake about how turbulent times could build great leader and how many people resist the opportunity to show personal leadership because of the fear they have in exceeding their abilities. The acronym Ty Boyd gave to Blake was SPARK. The S was to speak. He said, speak the naked truth rather than over communicate. He further go on and said, speak with candor. He said, as a leader, an important part of showing leadership is to be more committed to speaking honestly rather than receiving the approval of others. He then said, as a leader, your language broadcasts your belief. He then moved to P, the prioritized aspect of it. He said, become best at a few things you focus more. He said, focus more on the best and neglect the rest. That is, make what you are being best at, focus more on it and make it an obsession. He then moved to A, adversity. He said, adversity breeds opportunity. He said, adversity unleashes noble boldness in each of us if we allow it to. Ty further told Blake that as a leader, obstacles will show up to measure how badly you want something. He then moved to the R. He said, response versus your reaction. Ty told Blake, rather than just sit down there paralyzed by fear as a leader, you have to stay calm, show excellence, and turn things around. He then moved to K and told him, kudos. Kudos means offering to your team. He said, real leadership has to show more in applauding others when they are doing the right things. When the Ty was done with Blake, Blake was overwhelmed with knowledge he got from Blake, and he then moved to the next mentor, who was Jackson Khan. Jackson Khan focuses on relationship and importance of surrounding us with strong people that will make us leaders strong. Jackson Khan acronym for Blake was human. He said helpfulness. Jackson Khan further moved and asked him the question, what's your contribution and value add? Jackson Khan said again, how much of your art and contribution do we put into our relationship? He moved to understanding. He said, understanding things through listening with your ear, like listening very well. You talk with people at all levels, whether big or small, you have everything to learn from them. Amuse with people, show and get engagement, play with people and engage with them. Nurture people that they feel valued after each engagement. After journey with Jackson Khan, Blake opened his eyes and find out that he has improved from each mentors that he has received, each mentor lesson he has received. I would like to hand over to Blessing to continue with us.
Jackson, though a CEO, was not the only person that had something to say. Jake didn't expect the next mentor, who was Jet. Jet was rather unconventional because he was an expert massage therapist. Jet started off by giving Blake one of the best massages he had received in his entire life. And he further went on to his session, teaching Blake that to be a great leader, you have to first become a great person. You can't give what you don't have, but can you? So he told Blake, to do this, you have to shine, and shine was an acronym. The S in shine is to see clearly. No matter how good you want to be, you are limited to how clear your lenses are. If you look at the world with your rose-colored glasses, everything will seem pink. So you have to first correct the perspective which you look at the world. Is your reality the actual reality? You have to be sure, because anything you do from a false reality will end up being wrong. And also, health is wealth. You can't be wealthy, very wealthy, and sick all the time. Your money would go to servicing health bills. So if you want to become a great leader, you have to focus on your health. You can't neglect it. It is non-negotiable. And also, inspiration matters. Nobody talks on how much inspiration matters. To create this slide, it was a simple moment of inspiration. As leaders, we should seek out several moments of inspiration so that we can continue to deliver excellent creative things to people that are following us. The next point was rather surprising to Blake. It was neglect not your family. You can achieve anything in the world you set your mind to, but it's always better when you have a community of people you call family around you supporting you. And lastly, you have to elevate your lifestyle. You have to lead yourself further. You have to focus on your own personal leadership. You have to continually improve yourself to be a great leader. Blake was overwhelmed. And Tommy ended this session showing him different people by taking him to the graveyard. In the graveyard, there were 2 empty graves. And Tommy explained to Blake that most people in life enter these graves with a lot of treasures. In one of the graves, there was a gold slate. And he explained that just as this gold slate is hidden under so much debt, so many people enter the graves with a lot of potentials. And he advised Blake that he should make up his mind to not be one of those people. I'll be handing over to Fermi to take us through on how any mentor can impact the life of a mentee.
Thank you, Blessing. Jake's being a confused person from the beginning. After meeting Annie, Ty, Jackson, and Jet, Jake's Jake's brought out a new person and was now refined, well renewed, and had a well understanding of what leadership means. It took on with leadership is about leveraging the hard time and using them to your advantage. With this journey with all his mentors, Blaise also said that you as a leader, no matter what you are in life, you can be a leader either with a title or without a title. You are still a leader. And he also said, if you want to win, you need help of others. And as part of doing this, you need to build high performance culture within your organization. I'd like to hand over to Blaise.
It's important to note that mentors don't just leave words in you. They didn't just leave acronyms with Blake. They leave a part of themselves to help you on your journey. And just to enforce the message on this book, we'll be looking at some contemporary examples. I'd like to talk on a story I heard recently of Tara Feladrotoe. Tara talked about meeting Ibukun Awoshika at a conference when she started her business out of Tara with just 15,000. Ibukun Awoshika took Tara under her wings and taught her how to pitch herself, how to present her business, and how to tell her story. She also connected her to a bank director who helped her business with several loans that made the expansion of the House of Tara as we know it today. You can see the old Tara and a mentor just in her journey. This is just one mentor we know of. God knows how many there were. And you can see the new evolved Tara. And on a more personal note, I would like to talk on my grandfather and how he told me a mentor who he looked so much up to impacted his journey. He said this man had several certifications. His name was Alalade. At that time, when he just finished secondary school, he was a very successful man. Dr. Alada, they called him into his office one day and asked him, what do you want to do with your life? And he told him, exactly what you have done with your life. That's also what I want to do. Mr. Alada, they kept on asking him, is that what you want to do? Think about it. He showed him the different career paths, and he sent him into his business room to think specifically about what he wants to do, not just what he has seen in someone. After a while, my grandpa came back and he made up his mind and told him, this is what I want to do. Mr. Alala, then told him that in this career path you have chosen, he chose a general secretary, by the way. He told him, as a general secretary, there are two ways you can go. You can just be a random general secretary and be the maid to the directors, or you can know your rightful place as a secretary and know that you're recognized by law and have a lot more benefits. True to the story, true to what Mr. Lalade told him, as he developed in his career, people pushed him around, tried to make him a maid, but the words of Mr. Lalade kept coming back to him. And at the end of his career, he ended it as the director of Leventis Group. And this was simply because of a mentor. To close this session, we'll be talking on paying it forward. At the end of this story, unfortunately, Tommy, who was the mentor that introduced him to several other people, passed on because he had a terminal sickness. And he told Blake that the only thing I would collect, I would want you to repay me for this lesson that I've taught you, for evolving into this excellent and brilliant young man, is to pay it forward. Look for someone and train them. In the process of mentoring, you also become a better person yourself. I would like to admonish every one of us here to pick up this book and read it, because your life will never remain the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Clarity. Thank you very, very much. Okay, all right. Quickly, I'm just going to call on Mr. Femi to give Team Clarity feedback on their presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Yeah, okay. Good presentation. I like your, can you go to the first slide? I like the way you came up with a couple of things to try to illustrate everything that you have been saying. And I think you did justice to the course or to the book. Just a few additions to the things that you've said. You cannot rule out the potential, or we cannot overemphasize the need for mentorship. Don't forget that one of the things that they do at Daytopia is to help people become better, and which is one of the theme of the program that you are currently on now. And I, to myself, where I work, I have a couple of people that I mentor in respect to academic mentorship. And the need for mentors cannot be overemphasized. Because the truth is, whatever that you are going through or whatever you are currently on right now, there are some people that have gone before you, and they have passed through some of those stages that you are now. And in order so that you don't make the same mistakes that they made while they were going through their various journeys, that is why we seek for mentorship, so that you can leverage on their own experiences in order for you to become better. And one of the good things about mentorship is it takes you faster to the goal than you would have if you were going on your own. And we can see from the illustration that you gave in respect to the House of Tara having to meet Ibukun Awesheka, and that's actually fast track their journey. And if she was to do it on her own, that could probably, maybe she would have eventually arrived at that destination. But trust me, it must have taken probably a longer period of time than she did it. So I really, really want to commend the group. I really want to commend the team for the team effort and everything you've put into this presentation. It is highly commended. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Femi. Thank you so much. Good presentation. Your time was 14:32 seconds, which is good timing. Thank you very much, Team Clarity. All right, quickly, we're going to move on to team. Sorry, 1 minute. We're going to go on to team. To be honest, I don't always like pronouncing the team name because every time I don't always get the pronunciation right. Do we have team Rosny here? Roseanne, oh my God. I don't know. I need personal tutoring on how to, pronounce that name. I'm so sorry about this. I should have gotten a hang of it by now. So sorry about it. All right, you guys ready? Are you projecting your slides yourself?
Yes, we are. Yes, ma'am.
All right, perfect. When you guys are ready, let me know. I'll start your time.
Okay, can you see my screen, please?
Yes, we can.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, put it on. Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Okay, so all right, to start.
All right, start now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today we'll actually be talking on the power of change based on the book Who Moved My Cheese by Spencer Johnson, MD. Now, the best laid plans of mice and men often go all right. Robert Burns. Now, life doesn't always turn out the way we think it will. When change happens, a lot of us actually have a natural tendency to resist that change. Why is that so? Simply put, it's actually because we're afraid of change. Change actually represents the unknown, which challenges our sense of safety and our sense of security. And this is a very simple story about change. It is about seeing change, it's about anticipating change, and it's about adapting to change. Now, I'm actually sure all I've been saying actually sounds a bit incredibly boring to you, but luckily for us, the author, Spencer Johnson, has actually put a cool little twist on the boring topic, and he has interwoven the lessons of change into a story of 4 characters, 2 mice named Sniff and Scurry, and 2 little people who are the same size as mice named Hem and Haw. But before I continue, let me quickly introduce the team. My name is Audun Umar Farouk, and with me here are Okay, so moving on, the 4 characters actually represent different parts of us. They represent the simple and the complex within us. As the author Spencer puts it, sometimes we may decide to act like Sniff, and who sniffs out the changes early, or we might act like Scurry, who scurries into action, or Hem, who denies and resists change, as it fears it will lead to something worse, or Haw, who actually learns to adapt in time when it sees changing can lead to something better. Now, the 4 characters actually leave their homes early in the morning and search around the maze all day, searching for cheese. Now, cheese is actually a metaphor for what we want to achieve in life. It could be a relationship, it could be a career, it could be freedom, it could be money, it could be health, it could be a big house, and so on. The cheese actually represents what it is in our life, like what's in our life that actually makes us happy. It is that thing that we are always chasing in our life. Now, the maze represents where we spend most of our time looking for that cheese. And that could be in your relationship, it could be in an organization, it could be in the community that we actually live in. Now, let's get into the story. Sniff, Scurry, or actually get up early each morning. They put on their running shoes and they run around the maze looking for their favorite cheese. Now, the mice, Scurry and Sniff, they actually use a trial and error method to find their cheese. One will sniff and the other one will actually scurry around. While the little people, Hem and Haw, they actually use more sophisticated methods using their complex brains to find the cheese. Eventually, they both found an enormous amount of cheese at Cheese Station C. Everything was good. They all went back to Cheese Station C every morning. They get fat on cheese and they return home every night. And this went on for a very long while. As time went on, both Sniff and Scurry, they continued to wake up bright and early every morning. They scurry over to the cheese station. They sniff around to check if anything has changed, and then they enjoy their cheese throughout the day. But Hem and Haw, on the other hand, they begin to wake up later in the morning. They would walk over nonchalantly to the cheese station, expecting that their cheese would still be there. They had so much cheese at Cheese Station C that they felt confident that it would still be there the next morning. They had become arrogant in their success of finding cheese, and they became too comfortable at Cheese Station C. And as you can all imagine, one day the cheese was all gone. And when the mice actually arrived early that morning, they were not surprised. they had actually noticed that the cheese was getting less and less when they did their morning inspection. What they simply did was put on their running shoes back on and set out into the maze looking for more cheese. They did not complicate the issue. To them, the problem and solution were simple. No more cheese, go find new cheese. As the author stated in this in the book, the situation at cheese station C had changed. So Sniff and Scurry decided to change. But when M and O actually arrived later in the day, they were very shocked and their whole world had actually been turned upside down. They were not aware of the changes that were actually occurring in their environment, and they had assumed that the cheese would always be there. And Hem ranted, "What? No cheese, no cheese. Who moved my cheese?" He shouted for a while and finally said, "This is not fair." Hall as well was actually stunned, but he did not say anything. He just stood there in shock and disbelief. He could not believe it. He just stayed, he tuned everything out. They went home that night. They believed that, okay, when they come back the next day, they would, like, the cheese would be back. But as you can all imagine, the cheese was definitely not coming back. Hem began blaming others. "We are entitled to our cheese. Why did they do this to me? What is really going on here?" By this time, Sniff and Scurry had actually been on the move and they had found cheese at cheese station N. M and Hall, they actually faced a lot of the same emotions that we face as human beings when change slaps us in the face. No one wants to face the facts. They were in denial. They didn't want to go back to the maze and look for new cheese because going back into the maze meant uncertainty for them. It meant getting lost and possibly making a fool of themselves. The fear of failure had taken them, had gripped them in their hearts. So they returned back to their empty cheese station every day because the station was familiar to them and it was their comfort zone. Hall began to come to his senses. He realized that, oh, this is a wrong way of thinking, and began laughing when he realized what the fear was actually doing to him. He tried to convince Hem to let them leave the station in search of new cheese, but Hem did not want to listen. So Hall contemplated himself and his fears and asked himself, what would I have done if I wasn't afraid? So he built up some courage and started to believe that he could actually find new cheese. He envisioned himself finding the new cheese, and then he set off into the dark maze alone and uncertain of what to come. And although the journey was very tough at first, but that sense of adventure began to energize him, and he wished he had actually set out earlier. And he said to himself, "It is better late than never." Now, at this point of the story, All had actually learned some valuable lessons, and some of the lessons we learned were to expect change, to look for signs that change is actually coming. And in the words of the author, Spencer Johnson, you should smell the cheese often so that you can know when the cheese is getting old and adapt to the change quickly. Now, while he was on his quest, he continued to reflect on why he did not leave earlier. And he realized that it was his fears that were holding him back. And as Spencer Johnson stated so perfectly in the book, what you are afraid of is never as bad as what you imagine. The fear you build up in your mind is much worse than the situation that actually exists. Fear had been clouding Hall's mind, and he had lived in a state of fear, and he had focused on what could go wrong rather than what could go right. And he finally understood that as an individual, you always have two choices. You can either believe that the change will harm you, in which case you actually try to resist such a change, or you can believe that change will help you, in which case you try to embrace the change. So as he continued to search the maze, he realized that he was happy when he was not being run by his fear. Obviously, fear is natural. Some fears are natural and they should be taken seriously because they keep us out of real danger. But for Hall, he realized that most of his fears were actually irrational and were just stopping him from making the changes that he actually needed to do. And by letting go and trusting in what lay ahead of him, even though he did not know what that was, it gave him more strength for him to actually explore the maze and realize that change will lead to something better. And as he continued to look for new cheese, he continued to learn lessons that the quicker you let go of old cheese, the sooner you find new cheese. And movement in a new direction will help you find new cheese. He attempted to go back to Hem and show him the lessons that he had actually learned, but Hem was still stuck in his old ways. He wanted his old cheese back and he was not willing to change. Or finally give up and realize that Hem will actually have to find his own way to move beyond his comfort zone and face his fears. No one else can actually do that for him. And he had come to the realization that the biggest inhibitor to change actually lies within yourself, and that nothing gets better unless you change yourself. Remember, the mice actually kept things simple. They did not overcomplicate things. They did not overanalyze. They changed as the situation changed. But for the little people, they actually complicated things with their brains, with their belief systems, with their human emotions. Obviously, the little people are smarter than the mice, but they were directing their energy in the wrong direction. Imagine if they had the right attitude, if they had the right belief, if they had used their amazing brains to envision something better or to reflect on the mistakes that they had had in the past and use them in making plans for the future to keep things simple and flexible, they would have been unstoppable. So at one point in the story, Spencer Johnson actually stated that Hall laughed and realized that he had started to change as soon as he learned to laugh at himself and what he had been doing wrong. And what Hall realized was that the fastest way to change was actually to laugh at your own folly so that you can let go and quickly move on. So He continued his journey day in, day out, and finally understood that breaking out your comfort zone and enjoying the journey for new cheese is actually rewarding in itself. And just finding the cheese itself is just like an additional bonus. Finally, he stumbled upon the cheese section, see where Sniff and Scurry were actually hanging out and enjoying their cheese. And but they were actually still ready for change. But this time, Paul was also ready to change, and they kept a good eye on how the situation was. And they continued to venture out into the maze each day to see if anything had actually changed. And he was ready and was aware to adapt. He was aware and ready to actually adapt at a moment's notice. And one day, while enjoying himself at Cheese Station C, Paul actually heard a noise outside the cheese station. Cheese station N, sorry. He heard a noise outside and he felt like someone was coming. Could it be him? He thought. And he actually said a little prayer and looked around the corner. The end. Now, did Hem decide to show up, or was it someone else? I'll leave that for us to decide and comment in the chat box. At this point in time, I'll actually hand over to my team member Mariam to continue with the story while I engage us in the chat box. Thank you, Mariam. You have the floor.
Can the hands of the world or in ourselves change your ways in their own? Or in ourselves change their ways in their own time? I think so. It's a great little story with a lot of great lessons. Now, some of you may be thinking, well, all changes isn't good. We shouldn't just mindlessly conform to needless changes forced on us by others. Great points and insights by Dr. Ken Blackson addresses this. He says, everyone knows that not all change is good or even necessary in a world that is continually changing. It is to our advantage to learn how to adapt and enjoy something better. It is not what is in the story of who moved my cheese, but how you interpret it and apply it to your own situation that gives it value. Which character would you choose to be? Do you like Sniff, who sniff things and seek out information, seek out opportunities? Do you like to jump into action like Kari, or are you more like Hal, who resists change initially, or like him who refused to accept the changes, but remain open-minded enough to adapt before it's too late? Which of the characters do you say you fit in quite well in your life experience? Barnabas and Rita, please can you tell me about your life experience on it?
Yeah, thank you, Miriam. Yeah, for me, I'll actually say I'm more of an M. Yeah, I'll take, whether we like it or not, whether we are afraid of it or not, change is certain to happen. Change is the only constant thing. Yeah, I'll cite an example of the COVID break. During the COVID break, it was the new normal. Everything had to be diverted to the online world. We had classes had to be held online. It really affected me because I was not really adapted to that situation. I could remember I missed a particular test because I was not totally inclined with the online system. So moving forward, the COVID-19 break and the online sections made me adapt. Little by little, I started adapting to the change. And from there now, a good example is also we adapting. You can see everyone adapting, everybody coming up with an online business of sorts. Today, I can count at least 3 people that have shared me their business on WhatsApp to share on my status or whatever. So I'll say I'm more of an M. Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you, Barnabas. Please, Rita, can you tell us about your life experience?
Okay, thank you, Miriam. I can say that I'm a little bit of a sniff and then a haul. I always sniff out changes, but I don't usually move into action like Scurry because I always live in denial. Take for instance, like I'm usually the type that likes working, but in a day I will notice, oh, I'm having serious headache. I'll be like, oh, maybe it's because I work too hard. Or I'll notice I'm having high temperature. I'll be like, oh, it's because I did this or did that. I always live in denial until I'm very, very sick and down. Then I'll start looking for where to get medicine to treat myself. Also, taking myself a personal experience. I'm usually the type that normally likes staying in my comfort zone, not pursuing anything. Oh, let me just pass my exam. No, not putting any further effort to do any other thing. It's always my teachers that used to push me to do some things in my secondary school. But when I now entered university, I realized that reverse was the case. You have to stand up on your own, fight your battle, and all that. I had to overcome my fear of failure, especially on one certain occasion where I picked a form for a group in my department. I wasn't really interested, I wasn't really bold enough to take that step, but by picking the form, I overcame my fear, and I was so glad with the person I was becoming. So change is very constant. Sometimes I don't really like getting into things, but once I get into that, I will just feel so happy with myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's cover the key lessons by looking at real story, real life scenario. Kim was an author and sold books on Amazon. He got paid $5 every time someone bought his book. This was his cheese. But recently, Amazon made a change to their way of paying authors. They introduced a new program called Kindle Unlimited, where customers could download his books for free. The catch is that he only got paid for the amount of pages that customers read. He didn't like this. He didn't like this because his sales were dropping and he got angry at us for taking his cheese. Steve, on the other hand, also acted to change quickly. Rita and Barnabas, please can you tell me who Tim and Dee represent in the book?
Yeah, Miriam. Tim and Dave practically represent Snape and Hem. We saw that one had to adapt to the change of the new system on Amazon, while the other was still trying to track back with the old way of making payments and the like.
Rita, do you have an opinion on it? Okay, thank you. On a personal note, help can be valuable because we do keep things around. In a world of only Snape, may change too rapidly and simply fall apart. The house do provide a bit of stability, or do you want to be like him? Poor Hen, the anchor, who isn't willing to change the way things are done in his comfort zone and often feels like that's the way it has always been around here. The hem of the world are too comfortable where they are or too scared to change. They don't realize that way things are done may have to change in order to survive and strive. Who are the Hem, Scurry, and Sniff? How can this story help you deal with them better? How can these lessons help them change help them change? It's difficult for people. It makes people afraid. So keep that in mind when guiding and helping people through the path of changing unlimitedly. They have to do it themselves, but you can certainly show them the way. So I would like to drop questions to the audience. Please, can anyone tell me among the audience what their cheese is? Anyone? Anyone, please? Can anyone tell me what their cheese is in life?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I think my cheese is just accomplishment in life to be able to take care of myself and my family.
Oh. Well, thank you very much. Any other person? Is there any other person?
A better person. As in becoming a better version of me.
Okay, we can actually drop it on the comment section and tell others what your cheese is. I'd like to round up the presentation because of time. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. You guys were over time, 10 minutes over time. sorry, set them in 10 seconds over time. But it was a very good presentation. You guys just remind, because this book in particular, I read the book when I was in secondary school, and it was given to me by my uncle, Sega Awusonya. And you presenting it now just gave me like a good reminder of that book in particular. So thank you very much, guys, for a good presentation. All right. Adetayo, please, can you give the team feedback, please? Adetayo, are you here? Okay, so, okay, that's fine. That's fine. All right, Mr. Daytopia, can you give the team feedback, please?
Yeah, definitely. First of all, I want to say good choice. Like I always say, the first step is actually choosing a really good topic, and you have coined out a really good topic from a really good book that everyone can probably relate to. It's an old book, but almost everyone has read it, which is nice. And I love your slides. I love how your slides really explained the book. And the first presenter, Farouk, did justice to the explanation as well. So I wrote it down because I thought, there wasn't going to be any further analysis. But after Farouk finished his explanation of the book, it was a really good explanation. But when you now moved on to the life experiences and you really related that book to different scenarios in real life, I scrapped out the point I was going to make before. So well done, guys. You didn't just explain the book, but you analyzed the book as well. What the book really means to us, and what is it about the cheese, what is it about moving my cheese, just the main things the book talked about, you were able to really explain it. So I want to say well done. I love your slides. I think I've said that, just say it again. So, and great confident presentation from all the team members. Well done. And Team Rosine, I'm glad you guys came back with a really good performance this week. Well done to you guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's quite funny because all the teams were actually really scared of this presentation, and from the start now to where we are, I've seen beautiful slides and wonderful presentation. So, which means that we are all doing something right. All right, good, guys. Okay, so we're just going to move quickly to the next team. And that's Team Alpha. Is Team Alpha ready for me? We have Team Alpha here. Do we have Team Alpha here? Sonia.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
You guys are up. You're next for presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Ma, please let me just confirm if everyone is here. Musa, Isa, Bashala, please, are you guys here? Ma, please, we apologize for this. I think they have network issues. Okay.
Okay, I'm back, Sonia.
Okay, welcome, Musa.
Okay, let me project it from my end. Is my screen visible now?
Yes, just put it on full screen mode.
Okay. All right.
All right, when you're ready, let me know so I start your time.
Yeah, I'm ready. So good afternoon, everyone. It is a known fact that the importance of parables lies in the truth we acquire, which sometimes never leave our heart. The Parable of the Box by Leke Alda is a 12-page novel with a sweet flavor of living bread that will leave you chewing every word until the last crumb has settled in your stomach. My name is Musa Al-Qasim, a final year student studying towards a degree in international studies at Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. With me, I have Sonia John, Isa and Obashola Mohammed, who are all students of accounting at the University of Abuja and Ahmadu Bello University, respectively. Our presentation today is aimed at enlightening you on how to unlock the mystery behind possibilities, leveraging Leke Alda's parable of the box. Now, let's dive into the presentation proper. Looking at it, your mind, when you are told about a box that has the following characteristics: it can see you, it can hear you, it can prophesy things about you, keeps you in your comfort zone. In fact, it speaks to you whenever you try to do anything and has the potential of even killing you. Can anyone say anything about this? What do you think this box symbolizes? Anybody?
Mind.
Okay, so I think something that is trapped because you can't see what is inside.
Yeah, brilliant answers. I think the subsequent slides are going to prove that, either going to prove you right or prove you wrong. Now, let's look at this. Leke Alda tries to compare the box to the mind, to the limitation of the mind, and displays the box ambiguous characteristics to human. As you can see the arrow pointing to the brain of the man, he trying to think of so many things going on in his mind. So Leke Alda is trying to tell us that this brain can be symbolizes a box whereby it can either make you or mar you. Now, let's look at this box. He said the first thing the box can do is that the box can see you, it can hear you, it can prophesy things about you, it keeps you in your comfort zone, it speaks to you, it lets you and forces you from giving up. Lastly, it has the potential to kill you. Now, this box seems to be double trouble in the human race. Those who have refused to break the barriers set by the box have ended up with cord that has kept them tied to its bone of slavery. To save human beings from its obscurity, Leke Alda shares 3 laws that can get you out of the box. So now, for you to get out of the box, Leke Alda says you need to, by these 3 laws. The first law is that nothing is impossible. Nothing is impossible if you think of yourself. If you think you cannot come up with great ideas, you've got to have self-esteem, or else nothing is going to be possible for you. Secondly, he said something is impossible. If you don't think through on how to execute the idea you have in your head, it will definitely fail. That's something you believe you have in your head will always become impossible whenever you refuse to do anything. Then lastly, nothing brings nothing. If you don't move to execute your ideas, you will get nothing in return. Quite interesting, right? Now, I know you're already curious about what messages using this symbolic box to try to pass across to his reader. Take a chill while Isa walks us through some of the messages that Leke Alda seeks to pass across. Isa, over to you.
Thank you, Musa. Leke Alda, the author, started with a little introduction of a famous writer, William Shakespeare, before picking a and the book, the Hamlet. I could be bounded by a shell and still count myself being of infinite speed. The quote which the author believes the entire book is centered around. He further explained that during the time of Shakespeare, the expression thinking outside the box didn't exist, rather thinking outside the shell, from which he believed the quote was extracted. According to Merriam-Webster, Thinking outside the box means to explore ideas that are creative and unusual and that are not limited or controlled by rules or tradition. There are many messages passed by the author, some of which are on your screen. Firstly, to think outside the box, you need to get out of the box. What is he trying to say? Before I continue, I would like to ask a question. If you are in a room and you begin to hear sounds from outside, which you are curious about, what would you do?
I'll come out to see what's happening.
Thank you. If you are in a room and you are faced with such a situation, definitely you either look out through the window or maybe go out to check what's happening. But to be able to do that, you will need to understand the room enough to know where the window is or where the door is. What am I saying? For you to get you need to understand the box. And I don't expect the window refusing to open or the door closing up itself when you try to open it. It is illogical to. But if it does, I think that's the more reason to get out of the room as soon as you can. If you are still in the box, you are still surrounded by limitations. Thereby, it becomes difficult or rather impossible for you not to be controlled. Another message what I try to pass on from this book is that confidence or help might come your way, but it will be useless if you are not ready to accept it. Like the popular saying goes, you can take a horse to the river, but you can't force it to drink. This implies that no matter how ready someone is to help you, or no matter the extent the person wants to go in helping you out, it will be fruitless if you are not ready to accept that. Knowledge is not enough. You need understanding and willingness to work with the knowledge. This is another important message. I would like to explain this point further with two scenarios. First, imagine an examination where you are fully prepared for. In the first scenario, you failed to understand the question when the question paper was presented. And in the second scenario, you understood the question and knew the answers to all the questions, but you were not willing to answer it and submitted an empty answer booklet, probably because you were being forced to write the exams against your own will. Taking these two scenarios into consideration, how likely are you to pass these exams? Can anyone answer, please?
For the person in the world, the person is expected to perform better than someone who is being forced to write the exam, depending on the situation you find yourself in the examination or. Thank you.
Thank you. The person who not, despite understanding the question, but is not willing to pass the exams, he submitted an empty answer. Very unlikely. Just like in an examination, to think outside the box with knowledge on how to go about it. But this knowledge on its own is not enough. You need understanding, not just understanding. You also need to have the readiness and willingness to work with that understanding and knowledge. Success is not dependent on luck. Success desire, the courage to do what needs to be done. This is evident from some of the most successful people in the world of sport. Lionel Messi, which is widely regarded as the best footballer on earth, the level of success he has achieved in the field of sport once said, I start early, I stay late, day after day, year after year. In 17 years, 114 days of hard work to become an overnight success. According to another famous footballer, Pele, success is no accident. Perseverance, learning, studying, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you are doing. Some might argue that success requires luck, which might not be wrong, but not.
I think Isa is having issues. So to round up the messages that Isa is trying to pass across to us,
All right.
The main message that Leke Alba is trying to pass across to us is that there is nothing in the box. All we have is what? A self-inflicted limitation upon ourselves. The moment you begin to think the moment you try to get rid of that self-inflicted limitation, then you will be free from all those things. Try to get all that I made mention of. Now,
Yo, thank you Musa, for bringing us up to this junction. So I enjoin you guys to stay calmly by watching this video so as to know what Leke Haida is talking about.
Thank you very much. Requirable for some person. We derive some lessons which we have on our screen. The first one I could be bounded in a nutshell. I count myself king of infinite space. This is a quote by the author Lecky, taken from the book Hamlet by William Shakespeare. It goes that irrespective of the situation we find ourselves, we can always come out of it if we use the power of thinking out of the box. This author went on telling us that we are small not because of our environment is small. He told us that we are small because our mind and imaginations are small. Now, we are not just going to take this, chew it, and digest it, and it's okay. We are going to analyze this. Is the author telling us that those people out there that are small, that are where they are, that are emotions but are not progressing, are where they are today because they are not using and utilizing what the power of thinking out of the box effectively? Now, answering this, I would like to throw some questions to us. I would like us to please engage on them in the chat box. The first one goes, is it true that those that are succeeding and leading the world today are people that have used the power of imagination, thinking out of the box to become where they are today? The second one is thinking out of the box the only factor for fulfilling your dream? Does province, God, your background, and help from friends not add up? The third one is this thinking out of the box, does it truly exist? Is it that we'll just sit on our own and we get an idea from the unknown that hit us? Or is it something that is actually stirred up by what we've seen or what we've heard some words from? Sorry, please, can I continue?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Thank you. Going over to the second lesson from this book, it says that those that live within the box hang around those in the box. The truth be told, we should look out and look into our circle, because the people we call our friends can either hamper or widen our exposure in all areas. The third lesson from the books goes that you learn to wake up before the cock crow when you live in a box. Before I got into the tertiary institution, I asked my aunt a question one day while we were in the kitchen. I asked her that why is it that those people that bag a first class degree are mostly those from small or middle class home? She told me that it's because they're actually determined and inspired by what is going on around them. So those that are actually living within the box, you see these guys, they work, they do things that you would normally not do. It's because of the situations that happen around them. Moving over to the fourth lessons from the book, it says that getting out of the box requires courage. I tell you, if it makes you, or if it takes you to cry, I will encourage you to wipe and come back. Because in you getting out of the box, it will take you through things that you may feel, but you shouldn't be so quick to call yourself a failure and go back to the nesting site like a pigeon. Going over to the fifth lesson from the box, it says that after leaving the box, criticism may come and people accord your success as luck because they live in the box. The truth be told, mostly people that have gone out of the box, people that are successful, when you see that they get backstabs, they often get this from people they do call friends. So you shouldn't let them take you down, but rather you should keep going. Moving over to the 6 lessons from this book, we have it as self-discovery and focus. The only way to get out of the box is by you finding yourself. And you can only find yourself by discovering who you truly are through courage and determination. The 7th lesson from the books goes that we should always apply what we've discovered and be consistent. It's only a fool that won't continue doing what he did for him to get to the point where he is right now. So whatever you found out, whatever secret you've laid your hands on, you should be able to either improve on it or be consistent with it. Now, the 8th lesson from this book goes that always know what your box or your problem is for you to come out of it. You need to know exactly the kind of problems you have for you to be able to overcome it. Moving over to the 9th lesson from the book, we have it as mentorship is key. King Clarity hit on this, and I would also like to say that mentors are the ways and are people that have gone through what and where you want to be right now. So it's better you get a mentor, even if it's not in the area or the field of interest that you are in. Any mentor that encourages you and stirs interest and makes you persist is someone you should actually cling to. Moving over to the 10th lessons from this book, we have it that don't be busy insulting and complaining instead of thinking of the way forward. In any group of friends that are there's always one person that has resolved to move on from his current situation. So please let that be you. Moving on, I will have Obashola take us through the remaining.
Thank you, Sona, for bringing us up to this junction. Yeah, I will enjoin you guys to stay calmly so as to watch this video that will be projected by my co-team member here so as to learn what the reality of this particular book is all about. Over to you, Musa.
Audio.
No, you need to stop sharing. Stop sharing. Then you need to stop sharing first.
Okay,
Then there's
I
a
should
button.
stop sharing.
Yeah, stop sharing. There's a small button under when you want to share. It says select sound or something, and you need to click on that one.
Oh.
Can I continue?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Musa. I think it's having network issue over there. Okay.
This. One day, a man was drowning in the water. The boat came by and said, "Do you need any help?" Do you like it?
Yeah, thank you for watching this movie. Yeah, as you can see, the message the small boy is trying to pass across to his father was that one thing about life is consistency, and also trying to move out of your comfort zone is something that will entice you so as to achieve your success dream. So I will enjoy each and every I will enjoin each and every one of us to make sure we work and move out of our comfort zone so as to achieve our dream. Comparing Nigerian economy in relation to American economy, it is crystal clear that American invested more in education. According to statistics, they invest 3.6% of their GDP ratio to education, which as a result to improve in educational system and also has effect in improving their economic system. Why Nigeria in 1974, we invested 3.5, why as of 1975, there is a decline of negative 4.5%, which has shown that we are neglecting educational system, and which is part of the thing we are seeing in our economic system today. ASU is currently on strike, and every one of us is at home. Why? Because the federal government has like a rescue attitude towards what academic is all about. So I will enjoin every one of us to move out of our comfort zone so as to achieve our dreams, like Sonia has said in his analysis. Then permit me to draw the curtain by concluding with this particular quote by Lekeheda. He said, if you want to think out of the box, you have to go out of the box. Your space vehicle is your imagination. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, guys. You guys are way above time. However, I would attribute this to the network issues that you guys had. One thing that I really liked about the presentation, you guys, I always love your slides, and you guys, I feel like you always come out to show us that you think outside the box with regards to your slides. You guys are very creative. However, I feel like the transitioning between you guys was a little bit sketchy. I wasn't feeling it enough. But okay, I'm going to call on a mentor to give you feedback. Is Mr. Femi here?
Dr. Jimmy,
Oh,
can I take this one?
Mr. Ridwan, yes. I didn't even know you were. All right. Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, because I'll be dropping off very soon, so just wanted to quickly say this. All right, Team Alpha, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So, I like the book, right? The book is it's an interesting book, and it's something that I'm sure a lot of us can relate to. Talking about thinking outside the box. It's a phrase that we hear almost every day, and everyone is aware of. So it's clearly an inspirational quote and a book. I like I like your slides, first of all. I think maybe one of the slides could be better. The slides on lessons from the book. That slide could be better. It wasn't the best. Let me put it that way. Then your delivery of the topic. That's what you're talking about is it's something that is inspirational, motivational. When you're talking about or when you want to inspire people, you need to add some form of passion needs to come with it so you can pass the message clearly. I like the way this guy did his own Farouk. When Farouk was, relating the story on Who Moved My Cheese, I loved it. I had read the book before, but the guy narrated the story as if, and then I could feel the passion in it. So I think that is something that could be added to it. You want to inspire people with your story, right? You want to motivate people. So there's a way to say things that people will be motivated, and there's a way you say that there will be no motivation. So I think there could be some level of maybe a little more, passion and drive in your delivery would have helped your presentation. Then finally for Bashola, I know previously I've given you a feedback on your the way you say you're in your presentation, but clearly you've not taken that feedback because today I've heard you about three times again. So it's something that you need to be aware of. It can't be when someone points when someone gives you feedback and points something out to you, you need to take it and then actively work on it. So you've not shown that you've worked on it, just note it and then make sure you consciously avoid saying you're in your presentation. It's not nice in a formal environment. When you're gisting with your friends, it's fine, but when you're doing presentations, it's a different ball game entirely. So just be careful about it. So finally, the group, I think overall the presentation was good. Apart from the few feedback that I just wanted to chip in. So well done, guys. I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Ridwan. Thank you very much. It's always an honor to have all your mentors here. All right. And Team Alpha, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Thank you, guys. And all the participants, all the teams, great job, guys. In fact, I just wanted to thank you guys because, to be honest, you guys are doing a good job. All right, Mr. Daytopia, you want to say something?
Yeah. So I wanted to say, so Mr. Ridwan has already, I highlighted a couple of points that I jotted down, but I just wanted to say one more thing you can add is, I like the fact that you've used a video, but probably if you can get a video that will further buttress what you're saying, it's a nice video. I love the movie, but I felt that you could have used a better video that would add more value to what it is that you're saying. That was a bit too simplistic for me. You need to use the video to enhance your audience engagement, to add to what you're saying. That would be great. And Mr. Ridwan said it already, but you need to put more energy into your presentation as well. But every other thing was really nice. Well done to you guys.
All right, well done, guys. Well done. Okay, Team Archers here. Quickly, we're way past time already. Team Archers, are you guys here?
Yes, we are. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Will you be projecting your slides yourself?
Yes, we will.
All right. When you guys are ready, let me know and I'll start your time.
All right.
Okay.
All right, please, can you see my screen already?
Not yet.
All right. Please let me get a heads up when you do.
Yeah, you're sharing. You've started sharing already. Okay, yeah, we
Okay.
can say it now. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I think we can start now.
All right, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, we'll be reviewing Walter Rodney's book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. Have you ever heard a fraudster or Yahoo boy saying he's engaged in fraud because he wants to get back what the Europeans took from his fathers? That is a funny and selfish reason to engage in fraud. But the inherent issue is true. Europe actually contributed to Africa's underdevelopment. And Walter Rodney explained how this happened in his book. The target-oriented team, Team Archers, will be leading us through this interesting discourse. Let's meet the team. The team lead, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Philomena Atang, a recent graduate of Economics Department, University of Abuja.
Hello everyone, my name is Queen Marjana Tuata, a psychology student of University of Ghana.
Hi everyone, my name is Alamin Lal, a 400-level student of sociology from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria.
And my name is Shokwe Okuno, a penultimate year student of accounting from Obafemi Awolowo University. You would notice we look like professors from the 90s. Thing is, we are joining Walter on this interesting journey. Who is Walter Rodney? Walter Rodney is this man to the left. In his book, he explains the concept of underdevelopment and how Africans were before the coming of the Europeans. He also explains how Africa helped Europe develop the system of capitalism pre, during, and post-colonialism. We'll also be looking at how colonialism harmed Africa by underdeveloping it. Now, let's look at some key terms and periods you'll be hearing in the course of our presentation. We have pre-colonialism. This is the period between 1526 and 1818. It is mostly characterized by slave trade. You should take notes. Number 2 is colonialism. Between 1880 and when Ghana gained independence in 1957. And we have post-colonialism, 1957 to date. I'll be giving it to my teammate, Alamin Lawa, who is so passionate about Africa, to walk us through what underdevelopment is. Alamin, please.
Thank you very much, Shokwe. Walter Rodney, in his book, the conceptualization of the notion of development and underdevelopment took the central stage in the first chapter as he attempts an penetrating analysis into the concept. In the first chapter of the book, Walter Rodney mainly looked into the concept of development and underdevelopment. Underdevelopment is characterized by a number of things according to Walter Rodney. Firstly, he emphasized on the comparative nature of development. Africa, Asia, Latin America are only underdeveloped when it's compared with Europe, North America, and some other few industrialized countries. Secondly, according to him, underdevelopment does not simply describe the relative economic inequality of different countries, but rather it implies the relationship of economic exploitation between two or more countries, whereby the exploited is underdeveloped and the exploiter becomes developed. He further explained the various stages of development in European society as been spelled out by Karl Marx, where we have the communal stage, which entails a collective ownership of resources, work are being done together, and income and goods are shared equally. The next stage we have is the slavery, and also then we move to feudalism, where agriculture was the main principal means of making livelihood, and land, which is the most important asset, is in the hands of the few who take bigger share from the agricultural products. And then we have capitalism, which is the production of goods with machine, and then profit is the main point of view in capitalism. And then you foresee a period where we'll have what is called a socialism, whereby it's more like communalism also. At all these stages brought about different developments in Africa, in the European society rather. The underdevelopment of the country of Africa, Latin America, is being indicated by many things, some of which include low industrialization, low agricultural output, low life expectancy, and death rates among children, and malnutrition, and presence of diseases, which all these are virtually not present in developed countries. Having looked at the characteristics of development and underdeveloped economy, now let's look at how Africa was before the coming of the Europe. African society were communal with social relation and religion revolving around kinship and ancestors. African society had its own unique status of African civilization, which is characterized by certain peculiarities, some of which include the possession of distinct institutions, ideas of government, among others. Has been exemplified certain African territory like Egypt, Ethiopia, Zimbabwe, the Great Oyo Empire, the Sokoto Caliphate, among others. All these African civilizations were being altered by the cultural contact which saw the infiltration of the European civilization into African society. Furthermore, the unequal trade relation which saw the transfer of wealth from Africa to Europe was a confirmation of the dependent status of European national economy. Shokpe, can you please walk us through the ways in which Africa contribute towards the capitalist development of European society?
Yeah, thank you very much, Alamin. I'll be walking us through how Africa helped or was actually forced to help Europe grow their capitalism. What is capitalism? Capitalism is a system where private individuals own and control capital goods. The pre-colonial era is most characterized by slave trade. In this period, Europeans needed to grow their economy, and they looked onto a continent like Africa for labor and other resources, which was in plenty. How did they take control? They had a wealth of technical knowledge. They also controlled transportation systems like shipping, which was very important in those days. Also, countries like Britain and Germany, they had strong external trade contracts, and that's why they took control and dominated continents like Africa. Also, it's also important to note that this underdevelopment has started since the pre-colonial era, where Europe had wreaked violence by raiding our townships, by exploiting our resources, and by importing products to compete with local produce. They also caused technological stagnation, which is still tracking us till now, where we are still technologically behind. These people transported and sold over 10 million slaves between the 15th and 19th centuries, further causing underdevelopment. I'll be handing over to my teammate, Philomena, who will be walking us through how Europe further underdeveloped us in the colonial era. Philomena, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Shokpe. Okay, so the Europeans came to Africa to exploit the Africans under the colonial period, which is 1880 to 1957. It talks about wage disparity and exportation of African surplus to Europe. Statistics showed us that African labor was cheap compared to the European labor. For example, in Nigeria, that is both in the mining and agricultural sector. In Nigeria, for example, gold miners at Enugu made a fraction of what Scottish and German miners earned, 1 shilling per day for underground jobs and 9 pence per day for surface work. What a pity. While the Europeans earned 7 times that amount per hour. Several factors led to these disparities in wages. One was the colonial state monopoly on political power, making it impossible to make laws protecting African workers. We also had the African working class. They were very small and unstable, which led to their unorganized labor. The last point is white supremacy, which justified paying Africans less than European counterparts and kept Africans out of senior positions. Low wages in Africa supported the increase in the European standard of living, as we all know and can see today. The colonials also profited from African agriculture by making wages low because investment in that sector was very slow. And they sold their lands, they took Africans' land and took it at minimal prices. To Queen Mojana, who will give us more insights.
All right, thank you very much, Philomena. For a few seconds, let's listen to a snippet from Fela Anikulapo's song on colonialism, International Tif Tif.
Long time ago, long time ago, long time ago. African man, we know they carry shit.
Long time ago.
Be the shit inside big hole.
Long time
Long
ago.
time ago.
Nashalanga. Long time
Ago.
Lanna unusi.
Long time ago.
Lanna salunga.
Long time ago.
Lanna tiafi.
Long time ago.
Lanna yani.
Long time ago.
Lanna sagraben.
Long time ago.
Lanna chocho.
Long time ago.
Thank you. The full song illustrates how many foreign companies prey on Africa's natural resources by placing strategic people of local to aid the exploitation while turning a blind eye. Now, what harm did colonialism do? According to Rodney, colonialism saw the avenue to seize power from Africans, and it had a damaging social, economic, and political consequence. Now, let's look at resource depletion. Raw materials like gold, crude oil, and bauxite have been overexploited. And the shocking part of it is the exploitation of animal parts like elephant tusks, which has caused the extinction and the endangering of species. In 1898, a hot tax war in Sierra Leone led to bloodshed because Africans were forced to pay for hot tax for the luxury of British administration. This caused havoc as people were not able to pay for it and had to work for it like slaves. Lack of political development. Colonialism has stripped Africans of their original traditional political system and imposed their own system like indirect rule and policy of assimilation. Was it all negative? Alamin, please highlight on this.
All right, thank you very much, Philomena. In as much as Walter Rodney book is a groundbreaking book and a piece of eye-opener towards on the development of European society on Africa, Walter Rodney overemphasized the exploitation of Africa, ignoring the benefits of the colonial masters in Africa, and some of which we had some infrastructural development in African regions, and also the introduction of educational system to Africa, all thanks to the Europeans. And some of our problems that we are being faced today, are not because of the Europeans, because the Europeans have left us for almost 4 decades now, but yet we are still facing those challenges. An example of those was a long time ago where we had the genocide in Rwanda, and that was orchestrated by an indigenous African man, but rather not the fault of the Europeans. Take it to our home country in Nigeria. Nigeria has spent 1.4 trillion on rehabilitating of our refineries from 2015 till date, and yet we can still refine 10 liters of refined petroleum product in Nigeria. Is that the fault of the Europeans? Think about it. Queen, what are your final thoughts on this?
Africa has a long history, from the ancient Queen Ida to Amina of Zaria, Ya Asantewaa to Queen Moremi, then Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, Ahmed Toure of Guinea, and Leopold Sédar of Senegal. The list goes on. Indeed, Europe has underdeveloped Africa, forcing us to skip some important developmental phases that could have actually improved Africa today. The book explained why Africa's development problem exists in the first place. Because of greed and selfishness of some African leaders, neo colonialism has survived in Africa despite years of freedom. We must find ourselves and unite as Africans in order to resist European dependency and neo-colonial tactics. Thank you, Team Archers.
Target oriented.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you so much. Okay, quickly, I'm just going to, I don't know if is Mr. S.A. Awosonya online. Sir, can you just tell us your thoughts about Team Archer's presentation, sir, if you're online? Mr. S.A. Awosonya. Okay.
I'm with you.
All right, sir. Yes. Can you just tell us your thoughts about Timache's presentation, sir?
I said that they actually tried very much. all of them have tried. I don't know if there's any other one left, but today, to time, they have actually tried. Though some of those figures and factors are not that correct, but the ideas are conceptualized. But they have a very good workup, and I think I wish them more grease to their elbow. It's a very good work. They have put in so much on this thing, but one or little things, which I know is due to our environmental factors, because I didn't really hear them at the beginning. They have some network issues, but I think eventually they were able to get through it. So thank you very much. I appreciate them, and I think it's a very good, it's a job well done.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Adetayo, I know you also have some things to say about this presentation because you're kind of excited about it as well.
Dr. Jimmy. I love the book because it's a very technical book, and I'm fortunate that I've read this book before. How Europe underdeveloped Africa. You guys, you did your best to see the bias of in the book by not stating the good side. You did a good job. There can be more because there are some salient points in the book that I was expecting you to bring out. But it's fine. You did a pretty decent job. Well done.
Thank you very much, Julius. This was one of the books I was forced to read, but it was one I thoroughly enjoyed. So it was a good one, even though I was forced to read it back when I was in school. So it's naturally a good book. And I feel like you guys did justice to it. Your presentation slides was good as well. To me, it was good. So good job, guys. Good job, good job, good job. Shokwe.
Yeah. Hi, Dr. Jimmy.
Yes.
Sorry, did you hear my comment?
Oh, yes, we did.
Okay.
Yeah. Shokwe, you want to say something?
Yeah, hi, Dr. Jimmy. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to say that we chose this book because 2 out of 4 of us were actually forced in university to read this book.
Yes, I was forced to read it. Yeah. Yeah, and to be honest, after reading it, it ended up being something that I liked the fact that they forced us all to read it because many of us don't even know our history, It's a good one. Yeah. Congrats, guys. Yeah, thank you so much for bringing those memories back again.
Thank you very much.
And good job to the team and the whole team itself. Good job. Okay, so quickly. Okay, your time. Sorry, I forgot to tell you your time. Your time was 14 minutes 12 seconds, which was good timing. And the next team that's coming up is Leo Essential. Team Leo, are you ready for us?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. We are ready.
All right.
We are ready.
All right. Will you be projecting your slides, or you want me to do it?
You help us with that.
All right. 1 minute, please.
So please, I would love to say something before we start.
Yeah, go on, Justice.
All right. I just quickly want to confirm if all my teammates are around. So, and I hope they can hear me very well.
I'm here with you, team lead.
Yeah. I'm here now. Okay.
Nice.
All right, let's wait for them to display the slides. All right.
1 minute, please. I'm trying to. Just give me a minute, please, while I locate the slide itself.
All right. All right. Thank you. But before we start, we'll be making use of the traditional African Igbo setting in the course of this presentation. My good people of Daytopia Kingdom, I bring you greetings. May the gods of our ancestors bless us all. We have gathered once again with my council of chiefs. With me are Mazi Abdurrahman Alpha, Lolo Khadija Yusuf, Mazi Ebenezer Iola, and my humble self, Igwe Justice Boroni. Next slide. You will quite agree with me that in life, it is certain that sometimes you win and sometimes you learn, as it is an inevitable fate, which if you are ready to go, you must be faced with. It is on this premise that we'll be reflecting on a book titled Sometimes You Win, Sometimes You Learn, written by John C. Maxwell. Next slide. Who was born on the 20th of February, 1947. The book is embedded with 13 principles and teaches you on how to capitalize on your failure. At this juncture, I will call on Lolo Khadija Yusuf to share with us her reflection on the book as regards humility, the spirit of learning, and reality, the foundation of learning. Lolo Khadija Yusuf.
Thank you, my Igwe. Humility as the spirit of learning, they say. Have you ever noticed how some people really bounce back from their loss? That is because they were able to learn from their losses. This actually happened to me during the first week of our presentation on Daytopia, whereby our team came last on the result list. I actually felt bad about this, as this really affected me in some way. But I don't have to stay stagnant on that level. I have to keep learning and move on, which is what actually brought us to this stage today. Everyone experiences adversity at some point in their life, and this adversity can either make them to be humble, or it makes it very hard on some people. For people that makes it hard on them, it's actually very hard for anybody that is hard to learn, because learning comes with a lot of processes. Ezra Taft Benson observed in the book that pride is concerned about who is right, while humility as a spirit of learning is concerned about what is right. He also made mention of some impact of pride that can have on an individual, which include blame, denial, closed-mindedness, and isolation. I'm sorry to say, if any of you have any of these impacts, you don't possess the right spirit to learn, because when you have all this, you will be feeling pompous to learn anything in life. And it says, remember, it's not it's the finish line that matters most in life, not the ending, just like as Dr. Yusuf also made mention of this during our last presentation. The author also moved on by saying, the good can actually be the very best due to humility. But I would like to disagree with this point, because we have a lot of people that are very good and talented in whatever they are doing, of which they've not able to move on, according to the author, which says this good humility can actually make you to go to a very high place in life. A very good example is this guy that sang this song, If You No Make Money Waiting You Gain, this Victor A.D. guy. He's very good, he's talented, but he has not been able to make it to the top in his career. So how does the right spirit help you to learn? Humility allow us to make out of our mistakes. A very good example of this is the accidental discovery of Coca-Cola that we all drink today. It was accidentally discovered by a pharmacist called John Parvento in 1886 during his career. And I'll say, be humble, have the spirit of learning. It's certainly true. Losses make you humble. Just make sure you keep learning at any time in life. Now, next slide, please. To reality as the foundation of learning. We all need to make use of reality as the bedrock of our learning in life. Some people might say life is difficult for them. Yes, I agree with that. Life might be difficult, but you can't learn in a process whereby you are unable to face the reality. A very good example of this is that when I was in my 100 level, when our first semester results came out, I had carryover, of which I was not expecting, because I refused to embrace the reality in front of me that I'm not in university. I have to stop some things I do. I need to be very serious in life in order to reach where I'm actually getting to. And also difficult people, they actually, it's very, very hard on them to embrace reality, because they stop learning. And when you stop learning, you can't grow in life. Learning and growing, they go in one way or the other. And lastly, I would like to say life can be difficult for people that refuse to face the reality, in the sense that as a student, we are all students. Now, the reality of the issue is that ASU are on strike, and we don't know where we'll be going back to school. It's not anytime soon. They are just telling us this, that, of which we know it's all a lie. So the reality that we all need to embrace is we need to engage ourselves in some things that will be productive to us, whereby we will not neglect our book. Also, we will have to keep reading during the course of engaging in something productive, whereby when ASU actually come back, instead of them dealing with us as the reality can seem, we can be able to deal with them back in a way that they've also deal with us. And lastly, I would like to say that difficult people, it's very difficult for people to learn when they are humble, because when you are humble, you will be able to see where your lapses are, and this will give you room for innovation and success. Before I leave, I would like to say accept reality as the bedrock of learning. To succeed in life and learn from your losses, you have to face the reality. Thank you. I would like to hand over to my Igwe of the Daytopia Kingdom.
Thank you so much, Lolo Khadija Yusuf. Now let's hear from Mazi Abdurrahman Alpha on his reflection on the book too.
Thank you, my able Igwe, for giving me the floor. May you live long, Igwe. I will be taking you around the responsibility, which is the first step for learning. Responsibility, we tend to think responsibility as something given to us by someone who is in position of authority, such as our parents or employers. Nothing good or bad happens in one's life until we say, I am responsible. It has been said that responsibility is the most important ability a person can possess. Taking responsibility of our life, actions, mistakes, and growth put us in a place where we are always able to learn and often able to win. But the question here is, what happens when we don't take responsibility? We develop a victim mentality. What is victim mentality? A victim mindset causes people to focus on what we cannot do instead of what we can do, which makes it a recipe for failure. We have unrealistic perspective of how life works. In life, we normally used to think that life is an easy road. We always think people we think we could just make life from just where we are standing or what we are doing. But it is, if we focus on why we may not never make any real progress in life. Another pitiful act is comparing ourselves with others. That leads to tremendous frustration and dissatisfaction, because we can always find someone better than us. Because in life, I always believe that there's always someone that is better than us. We constantly engage in brainstorming. Brainstorming is simply saying that in the short run, it may be handy, but in the long run, it's never a good thing, because whenever you continue blaming someone, when the people are no more around, you tend to blame yourself. But if we could do this, if we could try to accept our responsibility, we tend to take the first step to learning. We see things in their right perspective, and we stop repeating our failures. And lastly, we grow stronger. From the words of William Morton, he said, every success I know has been reached because a person was able to analyze the fact and actually profit from it in the next undertaking. Failure isn't the best teacher, neither is experience, but evaluated experiences teaches us. That's where the profit lies in every experiences. So, but when we come to problem, you said, problems are opportunity for learning, because problems always brings opportunity, and opportunity always brings problem. From psychiatrist M. Scott, he said, life is a series of problems. We want to mourn, or rather we solve them. I think it is important to remember that everyone has problems, no matter how high or their station in life is. Nobody's above problem. But I want to share the lessons that he said, if we do and we don't do, it will help us eradicate problems. Don't underestimate problems, because sometimes we tend to think problems is something that we could solve, and always we tend to think we overlook the problem. That's just like in Nigeria scenario where we overlooked Boko Haram's issues, and over 10 years now we're still battling with Boko Haram issues. Okay, sometimes also we shouldn't tend to underestimate, we shouldn't overestimate the problem, because sometimes if we look at the problem from the bigger picture, not taking, sometimes it just takes us to just take, it does need us to take the first step for us to just realize that the problem is even almost solved. So don't wait for the problem to solve itself, actually, because sometimes if you just stand and say, just like the mindset, people will say they don't want to go and get their PVC because they don't think anything will change, their vote don't count. But the moment we go get our PVC and prepare that, yes, our vote will count, you see, it helps us get better. So now what is preferable for us to do is the do's. Don't anticipate the problem. It is said that a punch that that knocks you out is not necessarily the hardest, but the one that you didn't see coming. Also, you could also communicate the problem. They said, this is where I criticize from the lessons. They said 20% don't care about what we do. The problem, if we don't care about our problem, 80% are glad, 80% don't care about it, 20% are glad about it. But if lack of communication and poor communication is what we believe in, it prevents us from solving the problem and also creates problems on its own. And also we could evaluate the problems. It's always good to always evaluate the problem. And lastly, problem isn't the reality, but problem unless we allow it to be a problem. Thank you.
Mazi Abdurrahman Alpha. Now, Mazi Ebenezer Yola, let's hear from you.
Thank you, Justice Boroni, and good day, everyone. I'll be talking on improvement, the focus of learning. Many times we make mistakes. Yes, we are human beings. We make mistakes, but when we make mistake, what do? We don't admit it. Instead, we do one of the following. One of the following that we do is we blow off. Well, what do we mean that we blow off is that we react with resentment, react with anger, we react with compensation, with rationalization, or we cover up. We try to protect ourselves, to protect our images. We try to add ourselves. We try to give excuse for our mistakes. And according to the author, giving an excuse for your mistake is making another mistake. We try to back off. Back off means that we withdraw ourselves from people, from noticing our mistakes, in order not to correct us of our mistakes, or we give up. That is, we quit. Instead of addressing the mistake early, instead of admitting the mistake, we quit. And that is not right, actually. This is what led the author to give us insight on improvements. I'll be talking on the insight of improvements. The first is improving yourself first. Improving yourself is the first step to improving everything else. Improving yourself is the first step to improving everything else. That is self-improvement. The next slide, that is self-improvement. What do we mean here? Is that we want to succeed in every area of our life. We want to achieve this, we want to accomplish that. But do we do the needful? Do we care about our personal growth and our personal development? This is what the issue came here. This is not the issue. We care about our personal success, but we don't care about our personal growth. The author was now an event one day, and one man asked a question that is plateauing, that is, he's facing challenges in his business and in his personal life. He now asked the question that, why is this happening? The author and some other colleagues asked some questions from that man facing the challenges. And on answering the question, the author discovered that this man is more concerned about his personal success than his personal growth. What does that mean? It means that some people care about their personal success than their personal growth. Our personal success will not always bring personal growth, but our personal growth will always add to our personal success. So what does that mean? Is that we want to succeed, we want to accomplish a lot of things, but we don't care about our personal growth, and that is not right. This is what distinguishes successful people from unsuccessful people. Successful people, they care about their personal growth and they care about their personal development, and then at the end of the day, they succeed. But unsuccessful people, they don't care about their personal growth. They don't care about the laziness, about the procrastination and the inconsistency, and this has caused them to be what? To fumble and to flop along the way. So before you improve on anything else, before you improve on your family, your business, your every aspect of your life, you first need to improve on yourself. Another insight is that improvement requires us to move out of our comfort zone. Majority of us, we don't want to leave our comfort zone. We don't want to do new things. We don't want to learn new things. Apparently, the world is evolving with technology. And in years to come, those that will be relevant in this world of technology that is evolving with technology will be those that are ready to learn, unlearn, and relearn. That is, those that are ready to move out of their comfort zone. So how do we handle this? How do we handle this is that we should, or how do we handle this? We handle this by handling over our aversion to making mistakes. Why we don't want to leave our comfort zone is because we don't want to make mistakes. We don't want to, when we do new things, we are anxious to make mistakes when we do new things. And that's not right. Mistake does not mean that we are failure. Even though we fail, that does not mean that we are going to fail forever. It just shows that we are trying. According to one man, Peter Drucker, he said, I would never promote a man to an high position if such a man is not making mistakes. Mistake does not mean that we are failures. Mistakes are not failures. It's just a proof that we are making efforts, we are trying. And when we understand this, we try to move out of our comfort zone, do new things, learn new things, and improve better. The third insight is that improvement is never satisfied or cannot be satisfied with quick fixes. Majority of us want to be rich within some months. We want to be making 6 figures, 7 figures within months, within a year. That is not it. We thought successful people, all these Bill Gates, all these Mark Zuckerberg, they became rich within a twinkling of an eye. No, it took them years. You can't expect a child to be born today and start working tomorrow. Even before the child can work, it will take months or even a year. And even before the child can become a person in life or become an adult, it will take years. What is that teaching us is that our improvement, it will take us years to improve. Improvement is never an unending battle. It's what we are going to do till we die. So that's what we are. That's why we have to have this insight. We have to have this pledge that we need to work. Is what we do every day. Is what we're going to do till we're going to leave this world. That's why we have to have this pledge that I'm not where I'm supposed to be. I'm not what I want to be, but I'm not what I used to be. That is, I'm not what I used to be. I've just learned how to keep going, but I haven't learned how to arrive. When we have this pledge, we try to see that improvement is a daily task that we do till we die. And as time goes on, we begin to succeed in every aspect of our life and improve better. Daily commitment means that we need to become, the last one is improvement is a daily commitment. When we are committed, when we do all these things daily, when we cultivate the habit of doing them every day, we see that we begin to continue, we begin to become better in every aspect. How do we do this? Is with intention and contemplation. Intention means that we are intentional about our growth, about the area we are growing in, all the areas we are growing in. We are intentional about them, and we contemplate the observation that are we growing well? Then after, when we observe that this is where we need to improve, we start to be committed and to be consistent in everything we do. And as time goes on, we improve better. I'll be handing over to our Igwe, Justice Boroni. Thank you.
Thank you, Maziola Ebenezer. Now you see, winning isn't, next slide, winning isn't actually everything, but learning is. Now, from the records available, you will see that Team Leo Essential, from the very onset of this competition, first week they finished with 69 points, second week they finished 74 points, and they finished, last week they just finished with 81 points. Now, this brings to mind the words of Pratt when he said, when I have listened to my mistakes, I have grown. They have worked conscientiously on the feedback being sent to them by the mentors, and they have used it to capitalize on their failure, to gain momentum so as for them to rise. Next slide. Now, this is just the main line of everything, that winning isn't actually everything, but learning is. And just like Jose Mourinho once said, that it is not over until it is actually over. We might be at the bottom of the table, but however, we have had a progressive scoreline ranging from good to better. And that is just the perfect example of that fact that sometimes you win and sometimes you learn. Now, from this brain teaser, if you're asked to connect the 4 dots with 4 straight lines, I bet you will not be able to do that. But from the second aspect of it, you see that all the dots were connected with 4 straight lines. That shows that sometimes you actually don't win but you must learn. And I think this would be the perfect time to conclude our presentation as we draw the curtain. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Team Leo Essential. Thank you so much. Your time was 15 and 02 seconds, which is still much in time. However, next time you might want to, just keep that in mind as well. All right. So should I call him Mazi Daytopia or Igwe Daytopia? Can Mazi Daytopia give Igwe Daytopia and his Mazi's feedbacks, please?
First of all, let me just say this. This is the first time I'm saying this to this team, but I really love your slides this time around. I mean, over the last three phases, your slides they've just been okay. For this one, I like it. It's very simplistic, but I like the fact that it has very minimal words and it expresses everything you are actually talking about. You don't need too much words if you can illustrate your point clearly on your slide. So well done. I love your slides this time around. I love the fact that you've taken presentation up a notch. So it's not really about you just coming in to present, but actually I like the structure you've put with this presentation using the Igbo setting. It's really nice, and I can see thinking outside the box as well. And I love the fact that it's not really about just talking about the book, right? You guys went beyond talking about the book and actually showing how you've been able to implement the lessons from the book, with regards to the competition, which everyone could see. Right? It's a different thing it's good when you talk about your personal experience, but you talking about what everyone could see. It felt like it was just you picked the perfect book for your team. So it was just like the perfect presentation for your team. And well done to you guys. I see that you guys have been progressing as well on the table. So well done. I'm really impressed with you. So I just want to say well done. And one more thing I noticed is the fact that over the last three presentations as well, because I've been following your journey, it's been usually Justice, Boroni taking, most of the slides, taking
Yes.
a lot of the presentation. But now, today is completely different. In fact, Justice probably just he just introduced everyone and it took probably 2 or 3 minutes, and I could see the teamwork in this one, and this is probably why I really loved this presentation, because teamwork is very important when you bring it out a team presentation like this. And I could see that everyone, they were keen to put in their part. They were keen to really work hard for the team, put in their effort as well, which is great to see. The other times I've watched your presentation, it was mainly Justice trying to push the team. But now I can see that I could see that everyone was trying to also do their best for the team, which is great. So excellent slides. I love the slides. I could see the progress, which is great. I love the experience you shared. I love the analysis, and I could see that you also critiqued the some part of the book, which is nice. Because it's not just about explaining or analyzing, but also what do you think about the book? Do you think something they said in the book could have been different, or so, which is great. The only thing, which is probably the only negative thing I have about your presentation, is that I couldn't see the pages on the book, which makes me, I obviously read it, but which makes me doubt, whether you actually read the book and picked out, these things from the book that you've read, or you just, went online to check the review of the book and then just tried to present on it. So next time, obviously, next time, if you're trying to present a book review, try as much as possible to put, to reference the book pages. So if you are picking out a point from the book, I think the last three teams, four teams that are presented, they added team pages. So if you want to present a book review, make sure you add your book pages on it so that we can know that, right, these guys actually are talking from page 42. So it makes you feel like you've actually read the book. It makes you feel like what's in the words of the author, what he said on this page or on that page, But aside that, great progress from Team Leo, and wish you all the best.
All right, Igwe Justice. Like I feel like Justice is one of the very good team leaders, and why I really said this is because it's easy to lead them that they are already self-motivated. It's harder when you have to stand in the gap and motivate your team members all the time. And to be honest, I feel Justice keeps doing a good job when it comes to this. Sometimes it comes to me and like I don't know what else to do, but this just shows that he's so much of a good leader. I feel like the only thing that led this presentation down is because they didn't attend the meeting that we had the last time that we had the meeting. If Justice had attended, he would have known that one of the most important things to a book review is referencing the pages. If not, this would have been a very, very flawless presentation. All right, good job, guys. Either ways, good job. You guys did a good job. I've messaged Justice already and I told him how much I love his slides, so good job. All right, so quickly we're going to move to the next team presenting, and that is Team Paragon. Do we have Team Paragon here? Our Team Para.
Yeah, we are here, ma.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Are you guys sharing your slides? Are you projecting your slides?
No, you can project for us. I'm having a low battery with my system, so I don't want the fuck up. So let me just allow you to present on our behalf.
All right, that's fine. I'm just going to bring up your slide. Give me 1 minute, please.
Okay.
Hey. Sorry. While they are bringing up this slide, I just wanted to add as well. Please be careful of. I noticed a bit of grammatical errors as well. Just be careful. I won't start mentioning, but just be careful of grammatical errors, please.
Ready, guys. Ma'am, I'm thinking if we can. No, I don't think that would be good. But you haven't listened to what I have to say. That's because I am the head here, and whatever decision or suggestion I make should and would be the final. You can't know more than I do. But it's for the growth of, oh, please stop. Just listen to me, okay? Oh no. Oh no. I'm broken. Can I even love again? I'm hot. I'm hot. Oh, I cannot be broken. I'm broken. I will not forget it. I will not forgive Tade. I will forgive him. I can't love again. Mentors and mentees. What can we depict from the above pictures and the scenarios given? A brief explanation from anyone. A brief explanation from anyone.
Hello, does it mean that the employee is not having it good with the employer or something?
Okay, thank you. It simply shows that the roles the individual allow their mindset to play in their lives. That's just it. Okay, a good afternoon, a good evening to everyone. I'm Faith Adeniji, and with me in my team is Israel Adebayo, Ibrahim Tajuddin, and Temiloluwa Adeyem, who is unavoidably absent due to other engagements. We are Team Paragon. Why are we here? We are here to introduce to us mindset and how the two types we have play their roles in relationships and businesses. Before we dive into what we have for today, let's check out who the author of the book we have used for the preparation of today is and the reviews from people who have read it. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. These are the reviews. Chadni Kumari says, it's really a good book. It gives overall theory about how a growth mindset can make huge difference in your life. Farad Zeba says, this is an amazing book, literally made me realize about my fixed mindset and I totally recommend it. Subnim B says, the best book for all those groups that really want a growth mindset through a psychological perspective presented in a lucid manner. Brain New Year says, read the book, trust me, just read the book. Pardon my manners, I missed something about the
author of the book, Dr. Kari Esdrick. The author of the book, Mindset, Changing the Way You Think to Fulfill Your Potential, is a widely regarded world-leading lecturer in the field of personality, social psychology, and developmental psychology. Next slide, please. Next one, please. Questions for all. Dr. Yusuf Awosoya, please, what mindset did you have when establishing Daytopia?
This is putting me up on the spot. Okay, right. Well, the mindset is to really help as because I was in a similar situation, looking for someone to guide me. And it was quite difficult to really get an engaging mentor. So the mindset I had was to really make a difference and help as much as help as many mentees as I could at the points, just to link them with mentors that have done what they are trying to do.
That's really great, sir. Thank you, sir. Dr. Adejumoke, what mindset did you have for supporting Mr. Daytopia?
Yeah, so he gave me a proposal of doing something I already was doing on a bigger scale. So which was something I liked doing already. Just he gave me a platform to actually showcase myself more. And wow. I didn't have a choice but to run with it. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Ridwan Giwa, please, what mindset did you have when you accepted to be a mentor in Daytopia?
Okay, I think Mr. Giwa is not available at the moment.
Okay,
yeah, I can't talk. He's at a party.
Okay, well, Team Unicorn, what mindset did you have at the start of the contest?
Thank you. Team Unicorn had a growth mindset towards improving individually as well as collectively for all members of the group. Thank you.
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you all. Thank you all. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next after this, that's the definition. Okay, thank you. That's the definition. The definition, please. That's the one after the questions for all. Okay, now what is mindset? A mindset, according to Dweck, is self-perception or self-theory that people hold about themselves. Let's talk about mindset now. Dweck reviews from our research that the view you adopt for yourself profoundly affects the way you lead your life. It can determine whether you become the person you want to be and whether you accomplish the things you value. How does this thing happen? How can a simple belief have the power to transform your psychology and as a result, your life? Believing that your qualities are carved in a stone, the fixed mindset, create an urgency to prove yourself over and over. If you have only a certain amount of intelligence, a certain personality, and a certain moral character, well, then you would better prove that you have a worthy dose of them. It simply wouldn't do to look or feel deficient in this most basic characteristics. Every situation calls for a confirmation of your intelligence, personality, or character. Every situation is evaluated. Will I succeed or fail? Will I look smart or dumb? Will I be accepted or rejected? Will I feel like a winner or a loser? There's another mindset in which these traits are not simply a hand you are beg or have to live with, always trying to convince yourself and others that you have a royal flush when you're secretly worried. In this mindset, the hand you are dealt with is just the starting point for development. This is growth mindset, and it is based on the belief that your basic qualities are things you can cultivate through your efforts, your strategies, and help from others. To give you a better sense of how the two mindsets work, imagine as vividly as you can that you are a young adult having a really bad day. One day, you go to a class that is really important to you and that you like a lot. The professor returns the midterm term papers to the class. You got a C+, you are very disappointed. That evening on your way back to your home, you found that you have gotten a parking ticket, feel really frustrated. You call your best friend to share experience, but you are sort of brushed off. What would you think? What would you feel? What would you do? When the people with the fixed mindset would answer, they said, I'll feel like a reject. I'm a total failure. I'm an idiot, I'm a loser, still worthless in job. Everybody was better than me. I'm slang. In other words, they will see what happened as direct measure of their competence and worth. This is what they would think about their lives. My life is pitiful. I have no life. Somebody upstairs doesn't like me. The word is hard to get me. Someone is hard to destroy me. Nobody loves me. Everybody hates me. Life is unfair and all efforts are useless. Life stinks. I'm stupid. Nothing good ever happens to me. I'm the most unlucky person in this earth. Excuse me. Was it death and destruction or just a breed, a ticket and a bad phone call? Are these just people with low self-esteem, a card-carrying pessimist? No, when they aren't coping with failure, they feel just as worthy, optimistic, bright, and attractive as people with growth mindset. Okay, when the growth mindset people would answer, they say, I need to try harder in class, be more careful when parking the car, and wonder if my friend had a bad day. The C plus would tell me that I will have to work a lot harder in the class, but I have the rest of the semester to pull up my grade. You don't have to have one mindset or the other to be upset. Who wouldn't be? Things like a poor grade or a rebuff from a friend or loved one. These are not fun events. No one was smacking their lips with relish, but these people with the growth mindset and were not labeling themselves and throwing up their hands, even though they felt distressed. They were ready to take the risk, confront the challenges, and keep working at them. Having had an idea of what fixed mindset and growth mindset are, let's check how they arose from business and relationship perspective. Let's hear you out, Israel.
Yeah, thank you, Faith. All right, so in relating growth mindset and fixed mindset to our relationship, sorry, Ma, the next slide. Next, all right, thank you. Thank you, Ma. All right, so in relating the fixed mindset and the growth mindset in relationships, mindset in love. Now, before I continue, there's a picture just by our top left corner. It's a quote from a relationship expert. He said something, he said, I hope when people say I love you, they realize and accept that they are also saying, I understand that we are two different people with different upbringing, mindsets, and values. So I am committed to healing, growing, building, unlearning, and relearning with you. So basically from this quote, we can simply see that this our relationship expert is someone with a growth mindset from what my partner has explained earlier. All right, so things to consider and look into when we are considering mindset in relation to relationship. First, growth of a relationship. Now, people with fixed mindset feel that the relationship should thrive without putting effort in it to make it work. They believe love should overlook all things, unlike people with the growth mindset. They feel in a relationship, they should be able to learn, unlearn, and relearn. They believe a relationship should entertain working on things that are wrong in the relationship. All right, so people in a fixed mindset, they believe, okay, once I meet my love, we are destined to be together. We should not have any issues, we should not have any problems together. They do not believe I should come to learn and get to improve myself in a relationship. No, that's not how people in a fixed mindset believe or think. But like people in a growth mindset, they believe that I should come into this relationship to learn, to relearn, to unlearn things. All right, the next point here says problem of assumptions. Now, fixed mindset people assume that partners in a relationship to know how they feel. They do assume that this person should know how I'm feeling part time. Since we love ourselves, we already know ourselves. You should know how I'm feeling. You should know what I'm thinking. You should know the things I need part time. I should not always share with you if I'm sad. You should know what is wrong with me. That's how people in a fixed mindset assume. Unlike people in the growth mindset, they believe in communication. Fine, you are down, you are downcasted. What is wrong with you? They believe in communication to sort out issues. They do not assume that, okay, my partner is sad. Okay, maybe she's not feeling too well. Maybe she had a bad day, all of that. No, they do not assume. People in growth mindset believe in communication. The next point here says problem management between partners. Now, fixed-minded people believe that partners in a relationship with problems are things that are genetical. All right, so say a lady, okay, I'm in a relationship with a lady, she has a problem of okay, say mingling with people easily. All right. And I'm having problem with that. People in a fixed mindset, they do not believe that, okay, this is one thing we can work upon. They do not believe that. They believe that you are a perfect human. As people of fixed mindset, they believe you are perfect, that if you have any problem, maybe it's just part of you. It's not what you can conquer. It's just a thing that is born and is imbibed in you. Unlike people in a growth mindset, how do they feel? They feel effort should be put into this. How can I help this my partner get rid of this problem? How can I bring him out of this problem he's facing at this point in time? That is how people with growth mindset think. They do not think or believe that, okay, you are just made that way. And there's no effort you can put into it to change or transform you. Next to that, on our slide, we have problem of competition with one's partner. Now, one basic thing people with fixed mindset have is they believe they are superior in whatever they do. So they are always wanting to be seen at the center of everything, always want to be seen, always want to be seen. They do not always want people to overshadow them wherever they are. That is how people with fixed mindset are. So if they find themselves in relationships, if say their wife or their partner is a CEO or a celebrity, what people with fixed mindset will tend to achieve is, how can I be seen other than my partner? Because that's just their belief. That's how their lifestyle works and all of that. All right, unlike people with growth mindset, they do not believe in all of these things. They do not bother over who is smarter, who is more talented, who is more likable by people. They do not believe all of these things. There are some stories I was able to lay my hands upon in the book by Carol Dweck. Okay, she gave a particular scenario. There was this particular lady who she's someone with a fixed mindset, but upon her engaging ourselves into different relationships, she just finds out that she's trying to overcome her partner. And men that believe in this superiority, they do not believe that people should have authorities, especially ladies. Men's belief. So she was unable to cope with the relationships. She dated a guy who was an artist, like an actor, sorry about that, an actor. So she also went into the field of acting. She wrote scripts, and after a few years of the relationship, she was able to gain more popularity than the guy. Why? Because she has this fixed mindset. She believed that she should always rule over things. That's how people with fixed mindsets work. Another quick story I'll just share is a lady. Upon her having a wedding, on the day of her wedding, she was totally disappointed. People were already in the church waiting and seated for the man to arrive. But after a few minutes, she later discovered the guy traveled and wasn't willing to get married to her. So what was her reaction to it? Now, she was calm. Fine, it can be very hurtful, very painful, but she was calm and she handled the situation very rightly. Unlike people with fixed mindsets, they will always want to retaliate for things done. They will always be pained. No, I don't want this. I can't let this person go scot-free. But this lady, I just shared her story, she had this growth mindset. So she was able to live an happy life even after the guy disappointed her. She wasn't afraid of on her next wedding that someone else will disappoint her in such situation. So moving on, I would like Ibrahim to take over from the business mindset. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Izzo. Jim Collins once set out to discover what made some companies move from being good to being great. The answer to this is that there are several factors, as Collins reports in his book, Good to Great. But the most important and absolute key is the type of leader in every case led the company into greatness. So if I may ask, what are the qualities of these leaders? One, they have growth mindset. They believe in human development. They are not constantly trying to prove they are better than others. They don't claim credit for other people's contribution, and they don't undermine others to feel powerful. For example, we have Dr. Jumoke of Daytopia, which she humbly narrated how she has learned new terms from the mentees specifically from prestigious team Paragon and Almajere from team Peseta. Now moving on, let's talk about the fixed mindset. You see, the fixed mindset leaders live in a world where some people are superior and some are inferior. Leaders with this mindset are typically concerned with their reputation for personal greatness. Researchers saw the gargantuan personal ego that either hastened the demise of the company or kept it second rate. One such leader was Lacoca, head of Chrysler, who achieved a miraculous turnaround for his company. They spent so much time growing his fame that in the second half of his tenure, the company plunged back into mediocrity. Wow. So what could have caused this? We all know, so the fixed mindset. So they operate using the fixed mindset strategy, operating on what Collins called a genius with 1,000 helpers model. Instead of building an extraordinary management team like the good to great companies, they operated on the fixed mindset premises that geniuses do not need great teams. They just need little helpers to carry out their brilliant ideas. To save our time, so let's go to what growth mindset is. To start with, I'll start with a quote from Andrew Carnegie, which said, "I wish to have as my epitaph, here lies a man who was wise enough to bring into his service men who knew more than he." So when you enter the world of growth mindset leaders, everything changes. It brightens, it expands, it fills with energy, with possibility. You think, gee, that seems like fun. I've chosen one of the leader in Nigeria as a contrast to the fixed mindset leaders. Next slide, please. So I need someone to mention the name of this man for me. Who is he? Can anyone assist me with that? Who is he? Wow. Elemelu. Yeah, that's fine. So we all know he's a known face amongst we, the growing leaders of tomorrow. So this man, he has a foundation that supports startup, not only in Nigeria, but in the Africa, or let me say in the world at large. He has contributed a lot to the human development, specifically the growing generation, the youth. So one of the trait of growth-minded leaders is that they start with a belief in human potential and development, both their own and other people's. They put emphasis on teamwork and not the royal I. So having explained our topic critically, permit me to give you a summary of our whole presentation with this short video. So we adjust your sitting position and pay a rapt attention.
The greatest discovery of all time is that a person can change his future by merely changing his attitude.
Hi everybody, my name is Gerald. I want to talk to you about creating a growth mindset. I heard that you've been learning about a growth mindset. Am I right? Have you heard of Michael Jordan? He is known as the best NBA basketball player of all time. This is what he says.
I've missed more than 9,000 shots in my career. I've lost almost 900 games. 26 times I've been trusted to take the game-winning shot, and 26 times I've missed. I've failed over and over again, and that's why I succeed.
Michael Jordan has a growth mindset. This is also known as a positive attitude. There are two different kinds of mindsets. There's a fixed mindset. If you always have a fixed mindset, you'll never go anywhere. And then there's a growth mindset. Have you ever heard of Thomas Edison? He created the light bulb. Can you imagine a world without light bulbs? We would all be living in the dark. Whew, that's better. Did you know Thomas Edison failed at least 1,000 times? That's a lot, isn't it? But Thomas Edison had a growth mindset. This is how he puts it.
I have not failed 1,000 times.
I have successfully discovered 1,000 ways not to make a light bulb.
Okay, so I guess we can
If
pause
he
it
didn't have a
due
growth
to our
mindset,
time.
he would not have stuck to it.
Okay, so I believe with that, you've been able to get the summary of our presentation. Faith, over to you. Faith, are you there? Okay, let me conclude. So I will leave us with this quote by the author of Mindset, Dr. Carol S. Dweck. She says, in a growth mindset, challenges are exciting rather than threatening. So rather than thinking, oh, I'm going to reveal my weakness, you say, wow, here is a chance to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Team Paragon, our team that is always para. In fact, at the beginning, I was like, have you guys started? The start was really good. I like the way you guys started the presentation. It was really, 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 really good. Okay. Mr. Daytopia, do you want to give Team Paragon their feedback, please?
Yes. Well done, Team Paragon. First of all, I want to commend your effort this week because the last 2 weeks, the score hasn't been great for your team. But coming back with this excellent performance, it's really nice to see you doing something like this again. I want to just say, Faith, you are a really good presenter. Well done. And you are a good actress as well. You're a good actress. You're a good actress as well. Well done. Maybe you should consider, Bollywood. But besides that, I love your present. I love the confidence. I love the slides. Well done. And I think one of the things I mentioned, one of the things I mentioned with I can't remember the team now, is that when you are making use of a video, make sure it really buttresses whatever it is you are presenting about. So it's good to see that you brought a video that really cemented the whole idea of a growth mindset. It added more value to your presentation. So I want to say, you reviewed the book very well. I could see some critical analysis as well. It's just the pages I'm not sure of again. I don't think I saw any page numbers in there again, but aside that, well done. Good presentation again. Well done, Team Paragon.
All right, thank you
thank
very
you,
much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I also feel like if a representative from the team joined the meeting last week, it would have also helped with this week's presentation as well. All right, besides that, the presentation was a really good one. All right, I'm just going to stop sharing now. Just give me 1 minute. All right, is Team Unicorn ready for us?
Good afternoon, ma.
Yes, ma'am, we're ready. Good afternoon.
All right, will you be projecting your slides or you want me to help you with that?
Yes, ma'am, we'll be projecting our slides.
All right. When you guys are ready, let me know so I start your time. All right, so Team, before you start, Team Paragon, you are above time. You are 30 seconds above time. Your time was 15:30. So you can also take that into consideration next time. All right, Team Unicorn, I'm ready when you are.
Okay, I'll be starting now. Good day, everyone. Everything we do in life is based on agreements. Agreements with ourselves, with God, with our life, with people. Yeah, the most important agreements are the ones we make to ourselves. My name is Alamin Oyewo, and with me and my fellow teammates, Miriam Ibrahim, our team lead, Oluwafemi Ojo, and Christopher Omokwe. Today, we'll be doing a book review on the 4 agreements, a practical guide to personal freedom. The central theme of our topic today is rediscovering personal freedom. The 4 agreements was published in 1997, and it spent 8 years on the New York Times bestseller list. Miguel Ruiz was born into a Mexican family of traditional healers, and he went on to become a surgeon. His work is inspired by the Toltec spiritualists and the neo-shamanistic text. In his self-help book, Miguel Ruiz believes there is a wall of fog that distorts our perceptions of who we are. This fog is formed by the unexamined agreements we have had with ourselves and others. When we are born into the world, we are bound by society's rules, beliefs, laws, its religions, social events, and holidays. The world has so many rules that when a new child is born, we slowly imbibe these rules and principles into the child's mind. As children, we're not fully given the opportunity to choose our beliefs. We have to agree with the information that's being passed across to us as our mind is being formed. Through this process, Miguel Ruiz believes we are being domesticated. The outside world domesticates us in a way where we have almost no say, and this possibly sets us up for suffering. In the agreement with ourselves, we tell ourselves who we are, how to behave, what we feel. Having one single agreement isn't a problem, but we have several agreements with ourselves, and they may make us suffer, make us fail in life. If we intend to live a life full of joy and happiness, we need to let go of agreements that are rooted in fear. In this book, there are 4 powerful agreements that we can imbibe to make a great transformation in our life, to be free from societal domestication. The first is be impeccable with your word. Second, do not take anything personally. Third, do not make assumptions. And fourth, always do your best. Femi, could you please walk us through Miguel Ruiz's first agreement?
Thank you very much, Alami. But before I set the ball rolling, permit me to treat our audience to this synoptic view into our 4 agreements. Sit back and watch.
You must have heard the question, are we really free? Freedom is a state of mind, and this begins exactly where a person deliberately restricts himself. 3,000 years ago, there was a human just like you and me who discovered something that transformed his life forever. We're living in a dream that conflicts with who we really are. The dream of the planet includes all of the society's beliefs, its laws, religion, and different culture that alternates the default to a domesticated upbringing. Parent and society told us we are either good or bad, right or wrong, and we've gotten used to being judged that we developed an inner judge that finds faults in everything we do and punishes us for our mistake over and over. It's like being under an authoritarian rule. We live a cautious life and we waste our energy on every movement. We're locked up in the shadow of ourselves, meeting standards of the society and losing ourselves. The 4 Agreements is a book to unlocking personal freedom. Stay tuned as we walk you through its parts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for watching. And now, to begin this journey to rediscovering personal freedom, we give you the first agreement. Be impeccable with your words. The word impeccable comes from the Latin word in and peccados, which means without sin. Everything you feel or believe or say that goes against yourself is a sin. You go against yourself when you judge or blame yourself for anything. Being without sin is exactly the opposite. In other words, being impeccable means not going against yourself. When you are impeccable, you take responsibility for your actions, but you do not judge or blame yourselves. Now, let me throw this question at the audience. How many times do you make yourself or others pay for one mistake? The audience, please. Okay, I would like to call on a senior mentee. Mr. Abibullah Abdurazak, are you there? All right. In page 27, the author believes that we make mistakes, we judge ourselves, and we find ourselves guilty, and we punish ourselves all over again. Have you ever heard of the name Yakubu Ayegbeni? What comes to mind when you hear that name? Well, Yakubu Ayegbeni is a professional footballer whose mistake cost Nigeria a place in the elimination round of the 2010 FIFA World Cup in South Africa. And Nigerians haven't forgiven him since. The highest sin you can commit is self-rejection. When you repeatedly judge yourself from making a mistake and habitually think, oh boy, I be idiot though, you are engaging in a mortal sin of self-rejection. When you agree to be impeccable with your word, you agree to stop repeating words that make you feel worse for something you did. Berating yourself is pointless and just distracts you from taking corrective action. If you really set the intention to be aware of the words you use to harm yourself and others, you will start to see significant changes in your life. And it is not enough to stop judging yourself. You need to stop judging others, because the more you judge others, the more you will judge yourself. Judging others is like throwing a boomerang that returns to hit you at the back of your head. To check the impeccability of your word, we've developed a litmus test. When you go to bed tonight, reflect on the quality of the word you said to yourself and others during the day. And imagine that those words were broadcasted to every phone in the world for everyone to hear. Then ask yourself, did my words uplift people or did they depress people? Christopher, the floor is yours to wow our audience on the wisdom of the second agreement.
All right, thank you, Oluwafemi, for taking us through the highlights of being impeccable with your words. Now we live in a world where hate, anger, and strife are the order of the day. How you react to this will show how matured you are on embracing these four agreements, which is what brings us to the second agreement. Don't take anything personally. The tongue has no bones, but it's strong enough to break a heart. Words of mouth is powerful, but unfortunately, people talk with their mouth before reflecting with their mind. This lack of self-control has led to the invisible displacement rather than improvement in individual life. Before I proceed, I would love to ask this question. What's the most annoying insult to someone while growing up? Can someone please put on his mic and respond to this, please? All right.
Sorry, what was the question? What was the question? Sorry.
So what's the most annoying insult ever received from someone while growing up?
Dry head.
All right. Dry head. Wow, it was kind of funny. So now imagine like dry head now. Just imagine that particular person is full of poison and the words are being poison thrown at you. If you take that insult personally, you digest that poison. Once digested, the poison will take over your whole operating system and make it hard for you to think clearly. You'll be enraged and feel guilty like a victim. Now stop feeling like a victim and remember that nothing people do is personal. Now if I see you on the street now, say, hey you, you're stupid. Or if I say, hey you, dry head, without even knowing you, it's not about you, it's about me. If you take it personally, then perhaps you believe you're stupid. Maybe you think to yourself, how does he know? Is he clairvoyant? Or can everybody see how stupid I am? I am. You take it personally because you agree with whatever was said. As soon as you agree to that poison, it goes through you. Nothing other people do is because of you. It is because of themselves. Now imagine when you agree to choose to see other people suffering and realize their judgment, their hatred and their painful words are just a reflection of the pain they are suffering inwardly. Instead of thinking, why me? Why me? You can think, for them. Now choose to be compassionate instead of choosing to be a victim. This doesn't mean you live a passive life. The person who shoots you is sure to go to prison, right? Not because you want revenge, but because it's for the greater good. This person is dangerous to themselves and others. Veronica quote, and I said, and I read, when someone is cruel, harsh and mean, to not take their words personally is one thing. To hear the silent cry within those words is another. This sort of perspective can not only liberate us from the crippling self-doubt in the face of criticism. Self-acceptance and the will to accept criticism is a strong attribute to cultivate. This can be made easy when we reflect on who we are and the power we command. Miriam will walk us through the third agreement to rediscovering personal freedom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christopher, for guiding us through the second agreement to rediscovering personal freedom. The moment you saw this picture, you must have made an assumption if this was a girl or boy. I'll be talking about the third agreement to rediscovering personal freedom, which is don't make assumptions. Assumption is a limiter of perspective. Before I proceed with my presentation, Dr. Adejumoke, I'd like to ask you a question, but please note, don't think too much. The question is, out of the 26 alphabets A to Z, which letter do you think has the least amount of words that starts with it?
A. A.
Okay, thank you. When we think about it, the first letter that comes to mind is likely to say X or Z, and that's because we rarely use them. Well, if you choose Z, Z is not the first nor second least word letter, as well as A. And if you choose X, great job. But then why did Z pop up? Is it because we rarely use it or the society rarely uses it? To the best of my knowledge, I don't think it is due to the lack of intelligence, but the fact that we are shaped by the society's influence, which leads us to assume things. We tend to stereotype things, which end up creating problems, scenarios, and dramas. Assumption creates chaos, more like dreaming with no basis of reality. We are afraid to ask for clarifications, which causes us to make assumptions, heighten our expectations, and blame the other party when things aren't what we pictured it to be. The human mind is designed to allow a clear and specific definition of simple things, and this can lead to inner conflict when we try to accept fabricated information. Information is merely a seed in the mind that manifests, guiding the intention for which it was planted. Now, the biggest assumption a person can make in the relationship is, my love will change that person. And we begin to fantasize about an opinion we formed in our heads. And this marks the beginning of its downfall, if not clearly managed. Assumptions can be harmless, but it can as well be detrimental, and we end up making irrational decisions. So, to discover personal freedom, we need to pause, reflect, and ask for clarifications. This will help save the burden of conflict, misunderstanding, close-mindedness, and allow us to ask questions that matter and unlock personal freedom. Abraham Maslow said, and I quote, I suppose it is tempting if the only tool you have is a hammer to treat everything as if it were a nail. Our audience are breaking inner shackles. How about you walk us through the last agreement?
Thank you very much for that, Miriam. The fourth agreement, always do your best. This agreement entails integrating the first three agreements into one's daily life. This agreement calls us to put in our best into whatever we do. Of course, our best will vary from one day to the next, but making sure it is our responsibility to put in our best challenges us to live our life in an intense manner and grant us freedom from unrealistic standards. In this final agreement, on page 69 and 60, the author tells us the story of a man. On page 59 and 60, the author tells us the story of a man that wanted to move past his suffering by going to a Buddhist temple. When he got there, he asked the master, if I meditate 4 hours a day, how long will it take me to transcend? The master replied, if you meditate 4 hours a day, perhaps you transcend in 10 years. The man then asked, Master, what if I meditated 8 hours a day? How long will it take me to transcend? The master replied, if you meditate 8 hours a day, perhaps you transcend in 20 years. This exchange made the man quite confused. And then he asked the master, why would it take me longer if I meditated more? And then the master said, you are not here to sacrifice your joy or your life. You are here to live, to be happy, and to love. If you can do your best in 2 hours of meditation, but you spend 8 hours instead, you will only grow tired, you miss the point, and you will not enjoy life. Do your best, and perhaps you will learn that no matter what, no matter how long you meditate, you can live, love, and be happy. The agreement to do your best allows the other three acts to become deeply ingrained habits. Living by this agreement will give us the freedom to be ourselves, our truest selves, the truest self that is hiding behind the facade of illusionary perfection of what the society expects it to be. By being impeccable with your word, not taking anything seriously, not making assumptions, and always doing your best, you are working from a place of love and not fear. And you are training yourself to focus solely on what you can control. Oluwafemi, do you have any last words for our audience?
Thank you very much, Alami. Now that we have exhausted the 4 agreements, we will now leave you with our verdict, which is that the 4 agreements are uncommon insights that are highly pragmatic, and we recommend them to anyone who intends to begin their journey of rediscovering the childlike personal freedom. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys. I think I learned one thing. Don't ever assume, because actually I didn't hear the question right. So I just assumed she said which letter was commonly used. And I learned one great lesson today. Don't assume. It's better to just ask again, what did you say, than just assuming that you heard what they said. All right. Thank you very much, guys. I loved your slides. Your slides were really good presentation. Okay. I think because it's raining in Nigeria, most of our mentors are indisposed to talk because their network is not good. Although they are listening to you, they are sending in their feedbacks, which all of them will be brought together and would forward them to you as well. But however, the rain in Nigeria is not allowing them to talk at the moment. So I'm going to call on Dr. Dewale to give Team Unicorn his feedback.
Well done, Team Unicorn again. This is quite I like when all the presenters are quite confident, and I could tell that you are all great presenters. I like your slides, really nice. I like the way that you've structured your presentation as well. You could tell from the beginning what this team is presenting about, the 5 main themes that you're presenting about, and you stuck with that all through the end, which is great. I like another thing I like about your slides is the fact that I could see the sources, the link, even for pictures, you were even referencing pictures, which is also good. So well done. Yeah, that's I like the yeah, I also wrote something down. Yeah, I like the start of the presentation as well. A presentation inside a presentation, which is good. I like how you introduced the book. Uh I actually read about the book before coming here today. So you've really touched in fact, you've really touched the main area of the book and you've really explained it, and you've analyzed the book. So well done. It's a good book. You picked it. I think everybody so far, all the teams so far, they've really picked great books, which is great. And I wish you guys all the best.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, like I said, further feedbacks will be sent across to you, as many of the mentors their network is not allowing them to talk well. All right, can you stop sharing, please? Okay, all right. We have the next team, which is Team Finesse. Are you guys ready for us?
Yes, we are ready.
All right, will you guys be projecting your slides?
Yes.
All right, when you're ready, let me know. All right, Team Unicorn, your time was 14 minutes and 40 seconds.
Bolade, are you here?
Yes, I am.
All right, you can start, Bolade. Bolade, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
All right, I say you can start.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start by sharing a fascinating truth about myself. Just like every undergraduate, the one thing that burdens me the most at this junction of my life is in one question. After school, what next? Maybe this isn't your truth, and just maybe you began working in your chosen career line. It doesn't exempt you from your moments of truth. Now that you're there, what is the next best position? I am Maiwa Bolade, and just like my teammates, Praise, Okwe, and Israel, that is our truth. But one thing is sure, we are bent on attaining the peak in our career, which leads us to our topic. And that's where Kala A comes in with the book Strategize to Win. Talking about starting up, the aim of this presentation isn't to teach you how to have your entire career planned out, but to help you find out the appropriate next move in your career journey, which leads me to the ultimate question, which I would like a mentor or mentee to respond to. If you were given an opportunity to company of your dream and you're expected to work within the space of 25 to 30 years in that position, would you take it? Please, I need a quick response, please.
Yes.
All right, thank you for that response. But Carla A. Harris says in that book that in today's economy, aspiring for one career with one company, doing one thing for 2-3 decades of your life doesn't seem to make any sense, which leads me to some points I'll be sharing with you. Now, in choosing a career in today's economy, there are 3 things that I consider really important, which Carla A. Harris explains in her book. First is to define your content. Your content is who you are. Is that thing you are most comfortable doing and you lose track of time. Once you're able to find this, the next is to find a job that suits this content. Now you could do your research on network with people of similar interest. It might surprise you to know that that content which you think does not have a job description for it actually has a place in the world. Now, one other thing that is important is to find the skill and experience that suits that content. Now, what issue have you doing stuffs in fashion when what you actually want to do is doing stuffs in sports? Now, you have to find the real skills that will help you up your game. You can do that by studying individuals who are doing exploits in that field and find the commonalities in these individuals. If there is none, it's only pointing in one direction. You have to be you, and you have to find that thing that makes you stand out and be unique. But there are five important skills that are important. I'm talking about presentation skills, communication skills, organization skills, and marketing skills. These are important. Now, what about being an entrepreneur? It's not enough to want to be an entrepreneur just because you were not able to gain employment. But one thing you can do is working for someone else just to harness the ideas and incorporate it into yours. Now, moving on to the next thing which I have for you is something that is really important. Now, in making yourself attractive for a career opportunities, there are three things Carla proposes. First is to show your can do, which is usually evident in your credentials, and your will do, which shows your ability and your willingness to do things, and your fit. This is almost subjective, based on the interviewer's perception about you. If there's one thing you need to do is to sell yourself, sell your content. What makes you stand out for the hundreds and thousands of people applying for that job? That brings me to the final thing I have to say to you. Now, where you enter into an organization actually determines where you end up. Take advantage of rotational programs that organizations do make available to find where you fit. You need to find the place that suits your content. Now, another thing is how you enter an organization or where you enter influences your compensation. Most people go into interviews with the mindset of, let me start getting, but in the real sense, that's not how it's supposed to work. You need to know your worth. Why bid yourself for less when you're actually worth more? There are so many avenues for you to know this. You have to learn about the company's promotional plan before getting into that place. And there are platforms such as salary.com, mercer.com that shows you your job range and that position you're applying for. So far, I've been talking about starting out in your career. Once you've been able to gain your position, how do you step up your game? I'll leave that to Praise Akinwa to take you through it. Thank you.
The first procedure in stepping up is performance currency, and is how you present information in a creative and clear and constructive way beyond what has been seen before. Also, performing beyond expectation. Performance currency is important in an environment where you do not have political power or an exceptionally strong standing. Your boss can acknowledge you formally. Next important development in stepping up in your career is influencing your environment. You must know and understand the dynamics and culture of the organization. Key players know what to communicate, when, where, and how to communicate an idea. Understand how to categorize your idea for best implementation in the organization. And that brings us to ideas type. Evolutionary idea is not new at its core. Proving an idea or concept that already exists. Revolutionary idea involves change and is completely new to the organization. In every organization, there are 4 types of people you have to work with who can affect your ability to step up and influence your environment. And that brings us to recognizing the players in the organization. We have the sponsor, the person who spends their political and social capital on you behind closed doors. Supporter is someone who is senior or junior to you, or even a peer. They always have positive things to say about you and are willing to back you up in the organization. Say no to everything. Someone with negative attitude towards any new suggestion always has a reason why an idea won't work. While the saboteur, someone who does not like you and looks for opportunity to oppose any idea you suggest. Recovering from a mistake. Everyone makes mistakes. However, it is the act of failing that is the problem. It's the act of failing that is not the problem, but rather not getting up after you do. Tricks in recovering from a mistake. We have owning up to making it, articulate what you've learned, correct the error, then avoid making the same mistakes over. Second procedure is gaining relationship currency. It is different from performance currency. It's different from performance currency. People spending time with you, observing you, working with you, help assess your skill and other criteria. Building relationship is important more than performance on the job. And that brings us to the question, with whom should you have relationship with? Immediately you join a company or organization, start building the right relationship and networks. Your network should include your senior, your peers, junior, people within your departments or other parts of the organization. How do you acquire relationship currency? By spending time with people in your organization, getting to know them beyond just profession and sharing ideas with them. 3 things that relationship currency can do for you. 1 is request action or something from someone. When you have established a strong relationship with someone, you can ask them to do something on your behalf, such as covering up for shifts, giving you information, or showing you how to complete a task. Connect to other relationships. If you have a good relationship with someone, they'll be willing to introduce you to others who will help you in the organization. Then recover from a mistake. When you make mistake, they'll be eager to cover up for you and vouch for you, even when they know that you are going to correct yourself. Effective communication. Good communication has two components. First is the ability to effectively communicate with colleagues, how you articulate who you are and what you can do and what you want from your career. Second involves listening and reading signs. Both are a vital skill for success in your career. I believe emotion are a natural part of who we are as humans. Display of extreme emotion in your communication at work should be avoided or off limits. When you receive feedback, be absolutely sure that you clearly understand what is being communicated to you. Reading the signs. For example, if someone thinks that you dress unprofessionally or at least in a way considered inappropriate for meeting clients, they may never mention it to you formally, but they might do this simply by not inviting you to client meeting. This takes us to the last procedure in stepping up, positioning your profile. Each of us has a profile at work. You must know who you are and what you aspire to be. Socrates said, "Man, know thyself." The first profile we have is the good soldier. Is someone who follows order and always executes their work correctly and timely. They get along with their authorities and their subordinates. They may ask questions, but rarely ever challenge the system. The yes man is someone who always agrees with those in authority, no matter the condition. They believe that agreeing with the boss in all situations is the sure way to success. The arguer. There are people who challenge any idea that is introduced. They identify the negative side of the what if scenario. The safe pair of hands. Younger version of good soldier, and it's usually we have the chief. Is someone who has strong management skills, perceived to have the ability to motivate others and drive the organization forward. They are risk takers. I would like to call on Opeyemi, who will take us through the process of starting out in our careers.
Thank you, Praise. Next slide, please. Knowing when it's time to take. Next slide, please. Knowing when it's time to make a change. One of the most crucial decisions you will make during your career is change, either from one career to the other or from one organization to the other. Now let's examine the few reasons why you might consider moving from one organization to the other. The first one is greater compensation. This is when an organization offers you another opportunity that doubles your salary, accelerates your promotion, and it's more fulfilling than the previous one. In this scenario, it's okay to make a change, and it is definitely worthwhile to make a change in this scenario where you are being compensated more, especially when it is in the same industry and requires the same type of skill that you use in your current organization. The second one is when a role is with a new and different platform that offers greater responsibility. There are people that love to be challenged, and they go for organization that is highly competitive, regulated, dynamic, and intense. Considering the global exposure and greater opportunities, if these opportunities outweigh the risk, it's okay to make a change. The next one is when you have a different career trajectory. This is when you focus on completely different career. For instance, when you work in a not-for-profit making organization, and now you would like to pursue a job in the academics, perhaps teaching at a university. However, before you make this change, make sure you have a full assessment of your strengths, your weaknesses, and experiences so that you can leverage them on this new career path. Unfair treatment, where the culture of fairness dies in an organization, good people tend to leave. When you are not being fairly treated and you are not rightly treated in an organization, it's okay to leave. You have to go when your expertise and your skills is no longer needed in an organization and the company is shutting down the product line where you work. It's high time you left the organization. Next slide, please. Managing through change. When these changes occur in your career path, how then do you manage through this change? In order to stay relevant, competitive, and employable in today's work environment, you will have to constantly invest in your skills and experiences. Also, the rate of change in the industrial processes will get faster as technology advances. And if you want to maximize your success, you have to be comfortable and be willing to make a change. Losing a sponsor, this is another change that happens in your career. A sponsor is who carries your paper into the room and who behind closed doors use their political and social capital to make sure that you get promoted, get paid well, and get access to opportunities. What then do you do when you lose your sponsor? In this case, leverage your relationship with your old sponsor to gain access to a new one. Reposition yourself. Repositioning yourself means categorizing your experiences and creating a clearer picture of the job that you want. It's important for you to start spending time with the people who are connected to that industry that you wish to work on. Communicate with your friend and tell many people as possible about your aspirations and your career. Who knows whether the people that you know might know someone in the area that you are interested in. Go online and make research about the career path that you want to tread on. In conclusion, there are no secret to success. It is the result of preparation, hard work, and learning from failure. Pursue the choice that interests you. And if you are already in a career, take a greater advantage of your experience, your skills, and ability to manage and tolerate risk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, good presentation from all of you, great energy, and this just shows me that you've taken your feedback and you ran with it. However, the only thing that let the whole presentation down to me were the slides. I feel like at this stage of the competition, you guys could do better with your slides. Aside that, I feel like the presentation was a good one. Okay. All right. So, can you stop sharing now, please?
Can I quickly say something, please?
Yes, please. Yes.
All right. I want to say, well done. Good presentation. I love it. To Team Finesse, you did well. Confident presentation. You know, you've always had that kind of presentation anyway. Dr. Adejumoke has already pointed out some things, but I just wanted to add as well. The first thing is that I didn't really see a critical analysis of the book. Yes, you explained. So it's more of explanation of the book and what you need to do, but you didn't really analyze the book, right? If the book is telling us, okay, these are the elements that we need to consider in order to progress in our careers, do you know anyone that has gone through that process? Do you know, can you put a bit of practicality into it? Can you tell us, about your own career progression or someone that is something I really wanted to see. And the fact that the way you've presented it, it wasn't like a book review. It was, because in a book review, like we've seen with some of the teams, we saw the use of the author said this, the author said this. In the book, the author also made mention of this, but you just went on with your presentation and kind of drifted away from book review. So you sort of probably forgot you were still reviewing the book, and you just went on to how to progress in your career. So it was more like a career progression presentation than actually a book review. Career progression is a theme you've picked out from it, how to attain the peak in your career, which is great. But you still have to remember that it's a book review. You have to make sure everything you talk about is around the book. So you drifted away from a book review to really talking about how to progress in your career. And that also that showed a bit in the slides, because I didn't see page numbers. When you are doing a book review, make sure you put page numbers. Like I've said before, try to say, okay, we are picking out what this person, and I think I said that on the last bit. I said, so when you're saying this author said this, on what page, let us feel like we've actually read it. If the presentation feels a bit more like, right, I've come to a career progression, which is great. It would have been a great presentation if it was just on career progression. I know what to do if I want to progress in my career from your presentation. Amazing. But, do I really know much about the book? and you haven't really shown me much. You haven't really critically analyzed the book for me. So, but every other thing, great presentation, confident presentation. Well done, team.
Yeah, this just shows, and that this goes beyond saying, if your team leader is not available and there is a meeting, it's okay for you to delegate. You can delegate a member of the team to attend that particular meeting. Now, if a member was represented in the meeting that we had, you would have learned many of these things there, where we really explained this. I know Adebinkwe tried to share some of the things that we have said, but she wasn't able to share all. There was a lot of things said during that meeting. And yeah, you would have known better and done a better justice to this. Your time was 12:59, which shows that you still have a lot of time anyways to spare at the end of the day. And I think Ridwan said this about your presentation last week as well, that you need to utilize your time as much as possible. Yeah. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you. The presentation was a good one. I enjoyed it either ways. All right. So I'm just going to quickly call on the next presenter, which is Team Electra. Team Electra, are you here?
Yes, we are.
All right.
Yes, we are here.
All right. Are you projecting your slides yourself?
Yes, please.
All right. Once you are ready, just let me know so I start your time.
Okay, we are ready.
Time starts now.
Good day, distinguished judges, mentors, and my fellow mentees. My name is Irene Okoro, and I have here with me Safia, who is the lecturer's team lead, Monachi, and Ugo. Today, we'll be presenting on the topic titled The Best Mindset to Fulfill Your Personal Legend. Please know that the topic was drawn from the book titled Alchemist by Paulo Coelho. Before we kick off, next slide. Before we kick off, I'm sure a good number of us are quite familiar with this popular game, 4 picks, 1 word. So we have a clue. There are 4 pictures and letters. You have to fill in the missing letters that relate to the picture provided. You may use the comment section to provide your responses, and one of my team members will monitor the winner. And of course, there's a gift. Next slide. It is important for me to give a brief biography on the author. Paulo Coelho was born in Brazil, and all his life he had always dreamed of becoming a writer. He met with a lot of frustration, but he was resilient. He always believed that following your dream or your personal legend is like learning a foreign language. You're bound to make mistakes, but the lessons that you learn and the ability to achieve it to the end is what counts. And he published Alchemist in 1988, which launched him in becoming an international best-selling author. He has a strong, powerful storytelling technique, and his book Alchemist sold more than 20 million copies worldwide. He has written other books such as The Valkyries, Veronica Decides to Die, among others. He is a speaker for humanitarian causes, and he received the Crystal Award for Artistic Achievement at the Davos Economic Forum Conference in 1999. Next slide. So here are the characters of the book. We have Santiago, who is the main character of the book, the gypsy woman, who is the fortune teller. We have Melchizedek, the Englishman, Fatima, and the alchemist, who is the novel title character. Next slide. I'll start by giving a brief summary of the book so we understand the topic idea. Next slide. Do you think it's the possibility of having a dream come true that make life interesting? Well, you'll find out when you pick this book. You'll find out that our young protagonist, Santiago, had recurring dreams that inspired him to go on a personal quest to find his treasure at the base of the Egyptian pyramid. Along the way, he meets a number of people who helped him. First, it was a gypsy woman who interpreted his dream. Then he met Melchizedek, who claimed to be the king of Salem. He was the one that inspired the young boy into selling his flock of sheep because he had no money to travel. Sadly, the boy got robbed. He worked for a crystal merchant, and after a year, he journeyed through the Sahara Desert and met with an Englishman who was on a quest to find the alchemist. Santiago met with Fatima, the desert woman, with whom he fell in love with. The young boy learned to listen to his heart and he understood the language of the word. He also was very successful in communicating with the wind, sun, and the creator, and they saved his life by turning him to a wind. Thanks to the alchemist who taught him these lessons and helped him to journey through the desert to the place where we would find his treasure. Now, when the young boy got to the pyramid, he started digging, but he found nothing. Then some young men came, he was robbed again, and this time they were sure to beat the poor boy almost to the point of death. The boy pleaded and confessed that he was in pyramid because he had dreams about finding his treasure there. The leader also shared his dream and told him that he was stupid for believing in dreams. The leader shared his dream about a treasure he had 2 years ago. That was a dream that it was buried in a tree in an old church. Unknowing to the leader, that same location, that same tree, that same old church was the same place Santiago also had his dream. And it was and that same place was also his origin. Santiago had to go back, he dug, and he found the treasure. Distinguished mentors and my fellow mentees, just like our protagonists, everyone has been set to fulfill a personal legend, but what is this personal legend? And what do you think are the best mindsets in bringing your dreams to a reality at a given time? Please sit back as Ugo will be diving into the main topic. Remember that each stage of your dream counts, and maybe, just maybe, this presentation might be part of that action that you must take towards fulfilling your personal legend. Ugo, please go ahead.
Thank you, Irene. Good day, my mentors and my fellow mentees. My name is Godugo Chiram. So before I dive into personal legend, I'll be asking a question. And the question goes to Dr. Jumoke. So I would like to ask, when you are still aspiring to be a doctor, if you are not doing well in mathematics or chemistry or even biology, what would you have done?
Wow. To be honest, I don't know. You mean personally, what else I would have become? Is that what the question is about?
No, what will you do? Like, you really want to be this doctor, you really want to be a doctor, and you are finding it hard with this subject. What will you do to become who you want to be?
I'll keep pressing. If I have to get help anywhere, I keep pressing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jumoke, for answering my question. And that is a very positive reaction to that challenge. Well, personal legend may not be familiar to most of you, but it was used often in the book, The Alchemist. Personal legend is one's destiny. It's identifying your purpose and having the desire to become the greatest version of yourself. In a layman's language, it is what you have always wanted to achieve. Like I had asked Dr. Jumoke earlier, that if she was why she was aspiring to be a doctor, if she found it difficult in mathematics or biology, and she said she would keep pressing. Next slide. Now, that was the lot of Ben Carson, who we all know now. He had dreams, but was lacking behind academically. He then decided to take up a challenge given to him by his mom to spend more time on his book. Now, amongst other great things, he's a well-renowned neurosurgeon who is well known for undertaking the first successful surgery on conjoined twins. There is a peculiar lesson in this story. Ben Carson didn't just dream and it happened. There was an actual process. He had to spend more time with his books to discover his personal legend. One's personal legend is attained in stages based on the extent of action that the dreamer put into the dream. People should really understand that every single stage of a dream counts. From the very first day you have that dream, up until you take actions, even when you face challenges and when you begin to solve those challenges, and up until you begin to see results. Paulo Coelho said in part 1, page 27 of his book, The Alchemist, when one sets out to find his personal legend, the whole universe conspires to help him. Now, I'll be leaving it on to Safia to tell us the lessons we may learn why we seek out our personal legends.
Thank you, Ugo. My name is Safia. So in Santiago's quest for his personal legend, the story tells us that he met with a number of people who helped him to achieve his dream. He met with a gypsy woman, he met with a king, an Englishman, his love, and the alchemist, and all of them helped him in achieving his dreams. So I've gathered some quotes from the book that served as a lesson for Santiago on his quest to his journey. The first is there is only one way to learn. It is through action. Everything you need to know, you will learn through your journey. So this is from page 129 of the book. And then this is just telling us that complaining and whining and just sitting down there will not stop. You need to take action. You need to take action. Imagine Amaka doesn't want to partake in the Daytopia competition because she feels she'll embarrass herself or she isn't a good public speaker. How will Amaka know if she doesn't try? She has to take action, and taking action will only build your skill in that area. Would you rather sit back and watch others win because you don't want to try? I bet that will be a no for everyone. The second lesson from the book is that fear of suffering is worse than suffering itself, and that no heart has ever suffered when it goes in search of its dreams. Because every second of the search is a second's encounter with God and eternity. So don't worry about how long it will take to accomplish your dreams or goals. And don't also worry about the trials and tribulations. These are not punishments. They are trying to groom you to be able to carry that treasure when you finally get it. And the highest point of the tribulations will come when you are just about to achieve your dream. And this is sadly the time when a Nigerian man will tell you, I cannot come and go and kill myself. I mean, that's not right. You have to keep up until you get to the finish line. You don't just give up. The third quote from the book is, making a decision was only the beginning of things. And when someone makes a decision, he is really diving into a strong current that will carry him to places he never dreamed of when he first made the decision. So this is trying to tell us that when you commit to doing something, you have no idea what's in store for you. When I first of all, committed to being part of the Daytopia competition, I never knew I could do things that I'm doing now. I never knew that I could make unique slides. I never knew that I could do intense research and actually come up with results. I never even knew that I could lead a team and people call me an awesome team leader. I never knew that. And this only happened through making decisions. So at this juncture, I urge you all to read The Alchemist because it has all the lessons you need to thrive in your life. Monachi is going to take us through the conclusions and recommendation on the book, The Alchemist.
Okay, now thank you, Sophia. Now, as we progress, how many have thought that it's destiny to be here at Daytopia? I mean, for Dr. Jumoke and for Mr. Ridwan to be in the UK and for ASU to actually strike. I mean, this is all in a bid for us to achieve our personal legends. I mean, this is what I have thought. And if you haven't been thinking like that, please I advise you go read the book. It will help you to see the bigger picture, just as I have done, in a format which simplifies true and unbiased wisdom. And mind you, it's good for every age, everybody, everywhere. I mean, the writer of this book actually started to achieve his personal legend at about 40 years. This simply says that you're not too old and you're not too young. And then, but what about people with crazy ideas? I mean, the Batman, the Superman ideas. Now, next slide. I mean, this book tells you what? This book tells you go out and achieve it. Just like Santiago actually went, aka the boy, went out to achieve his destiny. This is what the book tells you about. And I know, like, probably it will sound like a kind of exaggerated experience of me becoming Superman or Batman, but then in this world, according to United Nations, crime stands at 6.1 victims per 100,000 people. I mean, this is homicide, and you might be the one that this world is waiting for in order to solve the crime. This might be your call, and mind you, it is better to die trying and happy than to die unhappy, knowing that you should have done stuff that you didn't do. I mean, that is a very, very unpleasant experience. And in order to find more lessons on how to achieve that book, I mean, go read the book. I mean, we have been told a lot of times that we should dream. This book tells you how to achieve that dream. It's no longer from the path of dreaming. It's now time for us to achieve that dream. Aren't you tired of hearing stuff about Alexander the Great, Muhammad, Jesus Christ? These are people who live out their personal legend. It's time for you. It's time for you to stand up and actually live your personal legend. Now, next slide. As a passing note, all this talk about personal legends begs an important question. What could your destiny be? I mean, it's time for you guys to sit back and think, what is my destiny, and start to act. Now, that's actually for you to decide. And then on the puzzle we just sent earlier, that the answer was actually alchemy. I found that like nobody actually got that, probably because it's a bit difficult for you guys, but at least I hope you guys have learned something. Thank you.
Munachi is such a strong and great presenter. Like, it just gives you, Munachi and Shokwe are one exceptional presenters that they give you life anytime they're presenting. Great presentation, guys. Quickly, Ridwan, are you available to give? Are you somewhere you can talk to give them
Okay,
feedback?
well, you won't mind the background. The background is a bit noisy.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, great presentation, great review. I like the energy from beginning to the end, and I think this is the first time Monachi is going last, right? And then the guy concluded very well. He's a very strong presenter, and he did justice to the conclusion. So, I looked at the slides as well. Slides were good. Maybe some slight modification here and there would be nice. I mean, overall, it was a good presentation. So, you guys have done well. I wish you all the best. And then Monachi, I always look forward to your presentation. I joined in when you guys started, so I was saying, I missed Monachi's presentation today. I didn't know you were still going to present. So thank you for just keep it up. You're a very good presenter. I like your voice. I like your energy. Keep it up. Well done, guys, and I wish you all the best.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ridwan. This particular book I stole from my brother's bookshelf, and I don't think he ever forgave me till today. Because one thing about me is that I never spend money on books. My brother he invests a lot in books, so I always steal my books from him all the time. And this was one of the books I enjoyed reading. It was a good one. I really enjoyed reading it. All right, thank you very much, guys. You can stop sharing now.
Can I just add to it? Sorry.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. I want to say, right, this is kind of what, like I think I mentioned it in the chat box as well. It's one of my favorite books. I love it so much. And when you were explaining, I like the structure of this presentation. You started from, I wanted to say there was no need for, the about the author, the explanation, but the way you ended it, it made me realize it was important for your presentation because you picked out, his struggles and how he got from, it was like a grass to grace story, which, is still part of the presentation. So well done. And then you moved on to the summary. And then I like the fact that you started from the summary, you talked about the book, explained the book. It's one of the really good book reviews that I've really listened to because you explained the book within few minutes, and it was like you said it because I've read the book, so it's like you mentioned you touched almost every part of the main part of the book and the main lessons from the book, and then you went on to talk about implementing it in your life. And I like how Safia she came in to explain how she was able to use the lessons from that book with leadership styles, with Daytopia, within the competition, which is great. Talking about this is proper critical analysis, talking about how you've been able to use it in, your experience, which made sense and, gave a deeper meaning into deeper meaning of what the book was actually the author was actually trying to say, which is great. The only thing, and I like the fact that you referenced as well on your slides. The only thing is probably, when you talk about everything, every positive side of the book, it was like you trying to sell it to us, but a proper book review, you need to also, critique it, maybe find a thing or two that you felt overemphasized. There are a lot of things that, because I've read the book, I know that there are a lot of pages that I felt it wasn't too necessary. So probably mention the overemphasized points in the book or something you just didn't like about the book would have made it a perfect presentation. But aside that, we have great presenters here. Irene, well done. Munachi, so all of you, well done. Really good book that you picked there and really great presentation. Well done.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Quickly, we're just going to move on to Team Aces. Team Aces, are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we're here, ma'am.
All right. All right, when you guys are ready, let me know. Are you sharing your screens?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, when you're ready, let me know. Sorry, for Team Electra, your time was 13 minutes and 52 seconds. The little time that was left could have been used to do it, like Dr. Dewale said could have been used to have a little bit of critique on the book as well. But yeah, that was your time. All right, when Team ACEs are ready, just let me know.
Okay. Modupe, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready when you are.
Okay. Yes, you can start.
Good day, mentors and mentees of Daytopia. My name is Modupe Zubaru, a member of Team ACES, and my teammates are John Olorunfemi of University of Ibadan, Tijani Lawal of Ahmadu Bello University, and Adebimpe Morenikeji from Obafemi Awolowo University. In kicking off this presentation, we have a short drama for you. Stay tuned.
Oof, what a sunny afternoon. My God, just get me fishes because the sweat I am covered with is enough for a fish pond.
Afan and John, you two they complain about this heat. My brother, now everywhere, but now small for waiting they pay me like this.
What are you worried about?
See, I don't tire. This rain scarcity don't tire me. The yam where I plant since last year December never still grow. Even all the tomatoes don't dry finish for my farm. Now this same thing we faced last year will make food expensive. Now again, food they expensive and money no day. Oh God.
Yeah, sorry. Wow. I've even been reading and I learned that the cause of our complaint is climate change.
Climate change? Which one be climate change again?
Climate change simply means a change in the temperature and weather patterns for a long period of time, which further results in lack of rain and heat.
Baba English. I not to understand how this one I beg. What did they cause climate change? Gone.
I see. A lot of things, by the way. But let me ask you some simple questions. Do you have a generator or motorcycle? If yes, where do you think the smoke go? All the trash you rush and pour inside the gutter when it is raining, where do you think they end up? Wondering, right? Well, all the smokes and trash release a dangerous gas known as carbon or greenhouse gas, which heats up the earth and make it abnormal.
So what you go do now?
From our drama, you have seen that we'll be talking about climate change today. And it isn't surprising that it is the central idea of the book we are reviewing, How to Avoid a Climate Disaster by Bill Gates. Bill Gates is a businessman, a philanthropist, and the co-founder of Microsoft. You might be wondering how such man decided to write about climate change. Well, Bill Gates too never thought this day would come. However, he has traveled the world, had conversations with researchers, and even seen the deplorable condition of the earth. This sparks the best of this book. Now, permit me to ask you, what do you think your reaction is likely to be if you wake up and discover your temperature is hot? Try to use paracetamol, and if the hot temperature persists, rush off to the hospital, right? Why? Because hot temperature doesn't mean a good thing. However, in 1938, a guy named Guy Calendar, who is a meteorologist, collected the weather report of 147 different stations and discovered that the global temperatures had risen 0.3 degrees. Sadly, Guy's claim was dismissed. The world moved on, and that rise in temperature and even more is now known as climate change. It is now 2022. Things have worsened, and everything integral to human existence, like health, transportation, and agriculture, is now being threatened. Back to the book. It can be summarized into 4 main points. This: 1, the urgency to achieve zero emissions. In page 8, Bill Gates starts his book with 2 important numbers when it comes to climate change: 51 billion and 0. 51 billion is the tons of greenhouse gases added to the atmosphere yearly, while 0 is the aim that must be achieved by 2050. Perhaps you are wondering why. Well, the World Health Organization reports that climate change is responsible for at least 150,000 deaths yearly, as well as food scarcity, loss of shelter, and livestock reduced production. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is grave, and we all need to swing into action immediately. 2, how achieving zero emissions is difficult. In page 36, Bill Gates rightly said that fossil fuels are like water. This is true because fossil fuels are used in the manufacturing industry to generate electricity, power vehicles, and heat homes. Thus, they have become our normal, but they have to be discarded now because, according to Climate Earth in 2018, 89% of global green gas emissions came from fossil fuels and industry. 3, technology remains the mother of invention. There's an admittance from the author that innovations and technology will definitely help the world achieve zero emissions. To him, clean energy like hydropower, solar energy, wind energy, and the likes is the future. Lastly, the roles. In the rounding of this powerful book, Bill Gates charges everyone to do something. The government, the citizens, the industries, every single one of us has a role to play in conquering climate change. And this is the focus of our presentation. On this note, I'll be handing over to John to explain the steps the government can take in making climate change a thing of the past.
Thank you, Fatima. I will talk about the roles of the government in helping to attain zero emission by 2050, as put forward by Bill Gates in his book, How to Avoid the Climate Disaster. These roles are: 1. Commitment. In page 160, the author admonished governments to commit hundreds of millions in energy to support and sustain research and development because this would facilitate new innovations to achieve zero emission. To me, this is practical because it does not only apply to self-sufficient countries, but also developing countries, as their little contributions will go a long way, thereby bridging the commitment gap between advanced and developing nations. 2. Tax incentives and loan facilities. The author in page 175 to 176 suggested providing tax incentives and loan guarantees. That is, government should implement policies which would make investors and companies who are into the business of clean energy to pay less tax for their businesses, thereby making carbon-free products more available. In fact, ResearchGate confirms that tax incentives help to bring about economic gains by attracting foreign investment. I could remember an interview from 3 weeks back regarding Nigeria's incessant power grid collapse, featuring Dr. Chukwe Loka, the CEO of Century Power Generation Limited in Nigeria. According to him, one of the reasons why the energy sector is in shambles in Nigeria today is due to lack of incentives to investors who are the engineers of innovation. Therefore, making provision for tax incentives and loan facilities is crucial in driving investors and venture capitalists to invest in clean energy products. With this, even developing a country like Nigeria would have palpable contributions towards achieving zero emission by 2050. Lastly, carbon taxing. This means taxing companies for their emissions and also making carbon-emitting products such as fuel, generators, etc. expensive in order to facilitate the embracement of carbon-free products. I agree to this because it will drive the consumption of carbon-free products and also make industries responsible for their negligence. According to the balance, placing taxes on carbon products make consumers more energy efficient because with it, industries will find the most cost-effective ways to reduce carbon emissions. Notably, this idea is not without a challenge. As conveyed in a report by HEF, the challenge with this is that this would have a distortionary effect on the free market because one would need to pay more for a cheap product. But I believe that if we look at the bigger picture, this should be manageable because, in the words of David Hume, an economist and Scottish philosopher, sometimes lesser evils are allowed to befall us in order to avoid a greater one. Dear listeners, because government alone cannot accomplish this feat of reaching zero emission by 2050, Lawal would explain the roles individuals have to play.
Thank you, John. As individuals, we truly have roles to play in sustaining our ecosystem. That's why on chapter 12, Gates said, and you don't have to be a politician or a philanthropist to make a difference. That means irrespective of whoever we are, change begins with us in the journey of making 50 billion to zero a reality. Bill Gates stated that individuals can make a change as a citizen or as a consumer. As a citizen, let me start by sharing a personal contribution I've made. In 2008, the Lagos state government launched a project called Plant a Tree Today to make Lagos a green city in order to create awareness on the need to protect our environment and enhance healthy living through planting of trees. As a member of Climate Change Club in my school days, I found the project worthy, so I joined the train of those who volunteered in the free distribution of seedlings to residents of Lagos at that time. Aside that, I also participated in spreading the gospel of tree planting on every 14th of July across the state. According to National Aeronautics Space Administration, NASA, by planting trees, we are reducing about 25% of carbon from the atmosphere. That's equivalent to 205 gigatons. As a citizen, other ways we can make a difference, as suggested by the author on pages 182 to 183 are: make calls, write letters, attend town halls, look locally as well as nationally, run for political office. We all agree these are really a good way to go in our journey from 50 billion to zero if these actions are successfully sustained. 2, as a consumer, Gates suggested on pages 183 to 184 different approaches towards making a difference, but let's discuss 2 of them. 1, signing up for green pricing program with your electric utility. According to MarketWatch, green pricing allows consumers to buy electricity from renewables like wind, solar, or hydropower at some premium. By doing this, consumers must do some good for the environment by lowering the amount of fossil fuel that needs to be burned for electricity generation. Personally, I haven't heard of power distribution companies in Nigeria announce the existence of this service to their consumers. Neither can I vouch for its availability. However, it will be a big win for us if we channel some attention to this. 2, usage of electric vehicles. Even while these are becoming quite affordable, they are still not right for some people, just like the author had rightly affirmed in his explanation. Irrespective, there are a future already happening now. Thanks to Ben Bruce, who has promoted the use of EV through several campaigns. In fact, some Nigerians are already joining the league of those using electric cars and curbing climate change. Aside what Bill Gates has told us, another simple way we can curb climate change is by proper disposal of waste. How many of you here can unmute and tell me that you dispose your refuse properly? Anyone, please?
Me?
Sorry, what's your name?
Modupe.
Thank you, Modupe. If truly want to attain zero emission for our planet, then we should all emulate Modupe. On this note, let me hand over to Modupe to tell us the roles of industries in preventing
Thanks,
climate.
Lawal. Let me tell you a quick story I once read in a book, Climate Change and the Road to Net Zero by Matthew Amsfair. In this book, it was revealed that before Industrial Revolution in the 17th century, there were blue skies, white cloud, and the atmosphere was clean. But in the 18th century, England began the Industrial Revolution, which spread to other parts of the world. Then our climate started changing, and this is where the problem began. The author of the book reviewed Bill Gates has highlighted 4 key actions that industries can take to reduce the effect of climate change. This point are summarized in chapter 12 of the book in page 183 to 185. Firstly, setting up internal carbon taxes. Bill Gates advised big companies to impose this carbon tax on each of their branches, as this would help reduce carbon. For me, I believe this idea would work because taxes are cost to business, and business look forward to reducing costs, and as a result, reducing carbon indirectly. Secondly, prioritizing innovation in low carbon solutions. Basically, the idea here is divided into 2 main phases that are interrelated. The first is expanding the supply of innovation, and the second is accelerating the demand for innovation. To expand the supply, we need contributions from varieties of disciplines on innovation of energy machines. And this is where partnering with government researchers comes in order to accelerate this innovation. And accelerating the demand, this technology must be quite affordable by small companies. Thirdly, be an early adopter. Companies should embrace this new technology as fast as possible. Quite a number of
Modupe. All right, I'll be taking over from Modupe now. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, companies should adopt this new technology as fast as possible. It is true that some companies around the world like Microsoft, Disney, and Google are committed to using renewable power for production. No wonder the focus of renewable energy has become stronger in Nigeria, and it is going to become a focus of the Federal Ministry of Power. Lastly, help early stage innovators get across the valley of death. The idea here is to assist innovative individuals who shy away from their ideas as a result of funds. Microsoft is doing this, and many other companies like Nike, Amazon, and Redmond are following its footsteps. At different points, we have all wanted to travel around the world. A great feeling, but it's only because those places we want to go to exist. I mean, there are 195 countries within the ambit of the earth, and the earth is the home of all, of opportunities, riches, food. But for a second, can you imagine where we'll go to if the earth ceases to exist today? And even though there are over 100 billion planets in the universe, put in mind that reality isn't Hollywood, where we can all be transported to any other planet. Yes, what I am saying is the earth is our everything. And if we all don't collectively come together now to save it from the shackles of climate change, we might just be a move away from having nothing and leaving nothing for the future generation. You sure don't want that, right? So every day you wake up to tidy your home because there's nowhere like home, and cleanliness is next to godliness. Maintain that energy with the earth, because always change starts with someone, and that someone can be you.
Thank you very much. 2 things I learned from this team, and I'm just going to quickly say it. Number one, and I feel like let's just look at the way Adebinkwe took over from Modukwe quickly, and we didn't even know that it wasn't Modukwe presenting anymore. And that's what happens when you all know your slide within the team, and there's somebody that has been put in charge to be responsible to take over once there is a network glitch. And that's one thing I really appreciate with the team. The second thing I wanted to say is that, you see, you will know when a team puts hard work into something. Mr. Daytopia was saying, Adebinkwe, why do you have all your team here at the meeting? All of them were present at the meeting last Thursday, and they wanted to all get to know what perspective the book was going to come from. And you can see the way all of them brought their energy. They knew what they were saying, and they came and they delivered. There is nothing to say. All right, Mr. Daytopia, you have your hands raised.
Thank you, Dr. Adejumoke. Right, I just want to say, first of all, this is a really good present. It's like you just embodied everything, almost everything that we want from a book review, from this phase actually. First of all, just like Dr. Adejumoke has just mentioned, I'll just quickly go so because of time. I love the transition, the fact that Adebinkwe took over and she was still really explaining, going deep into the explanation as if it was a slide. That was great. Because we had one other team that did the same, but they quickly skipped past that slide because the person was having network issues. But this one, she still took her time with the slide, even though it wasn't a slide to present, which is great. I love the fact that I've been talking about this again and again in other presentations, with other teams' presentations. I like the fact that I saw the pages. I like the fact that you were saying, right, based on what the author said, admittance from the author, page 160, you were talking about the pages, which is great. That is what I love about this presentation. It's like a book review and a critical analysis of what the book was talking about as well. And most importantly, I love the fact that you related it to the Nigerian context, right? It was a book by Bill Gates. Obviously, he talked about climate change. He talked about ways in which we can help the environment, but bringing it back to the Nigerian context and then talking about having your own personal contribution. I love the fact that Modukwe said something like, I believe this idea will work because, right?
Yes, that was really nice.
You talked about the book. You mentioned the page in which the author said a particular thing, and then you now put in your personal contribution. I believe this will work because, and then I love the conclusion as well that, what are we getting from this book? How can we really implement this book in Nigeria? Not just in Nigeria, but personally, individually, how can we implement the things that the author have mentioned? I love almost everything about it. I love your slides as well. Really nice. The only thing that I'll probably mention is that there was, I think with other teams as well, a couple of times I found some grammatical errors, which happens sometimes with presentation. You said something like, really a great way of doing something, but it's either really good ways rather than really a good way. Just be cautious of your grammar. It happens when you are pressed and trying to present, but just be cautious. That's just the only one that I picked up. But aside that, I love the fact that it just showed that you really took. I love this team especially. They tend to take in every information that is passed, and you can see it from almost all their presentations, that every information that is passed, you can see it from their slides, you can see it from their presentation. So well done, Team Acers. I love when I talk about something and I'm seeing it in the presentation. So this is really good. So well done, guys. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. I personally yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, I was waiting for you to speak.
Oh, yeah. So I was going to say that I personally enjoyed the dialogue. To me, it was the dialogue for me. The fact that you went front and back. I liked it. And I like the fact that you didn't just write the page number, was not just in the slides. You were saying it showed that you embodied the book itself. It showed that you actually read the book, and this is just what we like. All right. You can, if you have anything to say, yes, you can say.
And I was just going to say thank you very much for the feedback, Dr. Yusuf, Dr. Jumoke. God bless you.
All right. Thank you, guys. Your time was 14:56, which was good timing. And this is good because it just goes back to what Ridwan was saying last presentation. And he said that, every team should max their time. Don't go beyond it. Don't make it feel like there's still a lot you could add as well. This presentation was just right in time and it made a lot of sense. All right, so quickly, I'm just going to go into the next team because we are behind time already. Team Iconic, are you ready for us, please?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, are you sharing your slides or you want me to do that for you?
Please, can you share it for us?
All right, just 1 minute, please.
What are we waiting for? Are we waiting for someone to present the slides?
Yes.
Team Unicorn.
It's Team Iconic. Yeah, Dr. Jumoke is meant to present for us.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to bring up the slides. 1 minute, please.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering.
Yeah, I just found it.
Okay, no worries.
All right, when you guys are ready, you can start.
We are ready, ma'am.
All right, your time starts now.
Hello, wonderful people. Feels really nice to be back here again. It's really Team Iconic, and this time around, it's a book review. So after not so much deliberation, we concluded on a must-read book titled Outliers from the decks of a very great author known as Malcolm Gladwell. In life, we will always have a golden opportunity to do something to appropriate time and chance for historical exploits and impact. Of course, there are those in life who are negative with the golden chance, while others are positive with the golden chance, which leads us to our topic, opportunity as a golden chance to success. Hello, everyone. My name is Oyeta Elizabeth, a student in the University of Ilorin. With me, I have Ogundele Olatomiwa, a student in Obafemi Awolowo University from the Department of Management and Accounting. Also, I have Azia, a penultimate student in Ahmadu Bello University from the Department of Economics, and we have our team lead in person of Joshua Inyolua, a student in Bowen University from the Department of Economics. Moving on to the next slide. So now the question is, who is an outlier? Since the story is about the story of success, so I would like to throw this question to Tomiwa. Tomiwa, would you like to explain to us who an outlier is?
Yes, thank you, Elizabeth. So to me, an outlier is an exceptional individual, like someone who does things differently from the way it is generally done. And in relation to our book, outliers are people who define their own category of success. Thank you.
That was a very good one from Tomiwa. Joshua, please, would you like to add to what Tomiwa said?
Yes, thank you, Elizabeth. Now, to me, an outlier is a person that possesses unique abilities and strengths. Now, personally, I feel that all of us in the Daytopia mentorship programs are outliers because we're unique and we showcase our abilities every week.
So from what you guys said, I think the key word here is the uniqueness, being different from every other person. So what inspired the selection of this book? Like what inspired you guys? What made you select this book? Azia, please, would you like to tell us?
All right, thank you, Elizabeth. For me, I see this book as an awakening. Like it talks more about successful people and why they are successful. So it's a book everyone should read and understand.
All right, so Azia just made us understand that if we haven't read the book, we should actually try to read the book. So Malcolm in his book made us understand that, next slide please. Malcolm in his book made us understand that outliers do not just spring naturally from the earth, meaning they rise from something, they start from somewhere. In life, there are talented individuals and those who are born geniuses. So in his book, Malcolm is of the opinion that talent and geniuses are overrated. Next slide, please. Tommy, also, I would love to hear from you. Do you believe talent and geniuses are overrated, or do you think otherwise?
Yes, Elizabeth, I strongly believe that talent and geniuses are quite overrated.
All right.
Yeah, and the reason why I feel like this is because people actually have this general mentality that if you're not born with a talent or if you are not born a genius, you actually find it hard to do something good or do something great or be successful. But I would like to change that mentality today because I actually feel like geniuses are not born. I feel like they are made. With not being a genius or having a talent are not the only factors that can bring about success, you being successful. We have other factors like determination. We have other factors like deliberate practice. We have other factors like consistency. So when you take up on those factors, I feel like you can bring something good out of yourself. You don't have to be born as a genius or be a talent. We have great examples like Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods is one of the best golf players we have in the world today. And from his story, I got to know that he was not born a genius and he didn't even have the talent of playing that golf. But through support and deliberate practice with his dad, he was able to achieve this. So trust me, you don't have to be born with a talent or you don't have to be born a genius before you can achieve something. Thank you.
Okay, I wouldn't want to assume we all agree to this. Joshua, do you have a contrary opinion?
Yeah, I strongly disagree with Tomiwa and Malcolm on this perspective because for you to be successful, you have to be either talented or a genius. Now, the typical thing Tomiwa said is what a motivational speaker would say, that you have to be, that you can start from anywhere. But for you to be successful in life, you have to be either talented or a genius. Now, in the next few slides, you're going to be seeing me and my teammates showcasing our talent. For me, my talent has won me awards in scholarship competitions and even cash prizes. And for my teammates, music has brought us so many opportunities. She participated in Nigerian Idol home edition last year and emerged as the winner of the prize of the Techno Camon 17 and also this year's home edition, which was cash prize, just to mention a few. Therefore, you cannot undermine talent or geniuses. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, excuse me. Joshua, I am Malcolm. We're actually not trying to dispute the fact that there is the existence of raw talent and geniuses. What we're just trying to say is that the abilities we are born with might not be as important for our success as we think it might be. Great success requires enormous practice. So if one is born with an innate talent and you do not have the spare time or take time to practice and include intentionality and determination in whatever you are doing, success might be out of your reach. So that's what we're trying to say. Thank you, Anko. You can move on.
This is really interesting. I would love to throw this question to the house. Do you all believe talent and geniuses are overrated? Please just make use of the comment box. We'd love to hear from you. Moving on to the next slide. Intelligence having a threshold, as in sometimes high IQ doesn't equal to success. What equals to success is your high IQ plus hard work. Azia, please do talk to us about intelligence having a threshold.
Okay, I feel what Malcolm is telling us regarding this is that intelligence, there will be a point where intelligence doesn't matter. Other factors would. So he brought example of, Tamans, he brought about basketball players and height and a lot of that. But what I will pick is where he talked about Albert Einstein's and Chris Lagan's IQ. He said Einstein's IQ is about 140 and Chris is about 195, which both of them, their IQ is above average. But then the fact that Chris Lagan's IQ is 30% higher than Albert's IQ doesn't mean that Chris Lagan is very, very smart or smarter than Albert. So the thing is, we hear more about Albert's contribution to science and a lot of research, but we hear less about Chris Lagan. So yeah, I strongly believe that there's a point where intelligence would not actually matter, but other factors do.
So you see that sometimes it's not about your intelligence, it's about hard work and the opportunities, how you make good use of them. Next slide, please. Gladwell reinforces the idea with the Matthew effect, which states that success leads to more success, more simply by being a little bit better, a hockey player, a football player, we get more opportunities that may result in the player becoming an outlier. People do not rise from nothing. This is Malcolm's opinion. Tomiwa, please explain to us the Matthew effect.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. So generally, the Matthew effect is actually trying to tell us that we all rise out from something. And I actually disagree with that point, Sir Malcolm, because I feel like not everybody has the opportunity, not everybody has the right support, not everybody has the right resources, not everybody has the push that we need to be successful. And we have people that are standing strong today, and they didn't have this support and push right from their childhood. We have the lives of Oprah Winfrey. She came out from extreme poverty, and she didn't have the support that was needed. But look at her today; she's a strong presenter and an actress. So today we can say that any factor that is serving as a setback for you, rather let those factors be a motivation for you to build a better future. Do not say because of your circumstance, you're not from a wealthy family, you do not have the right mentor, you do not have the right advice, you do not have the right support. Rather, let those things motivate you and stand strong. Those things should not serve as setback for you. That is my own opinion.
I think I disagree with what Tomiwa just said. Because what this guy is talking about, it's literally successful. Those right to be in their at one time. So whoever seems to be successful today always wait to someone or something.
Thank you so much, Azia, for that. Azia believes that sometimes success is you have to start from somewhere. You do not just rise as a successful person. It has to start from somewhere. We should be aware that the way we think about success really matters. Next slide, please. So Malcolm said, no one, not even rock stars, not professional athletes, not even software billionaires, and not even geniuses ever make it alone. You have to put in so much effort, sacrifices need to be made. We will begin on a short break now. Do enjoy listening to Joshua and Lizzie singing This Is Me from the movie The Greatest Showman. There's a video.
I'm not a stranger to the dark, but hide away, they say, cause we don't want your broken parts. I've learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one will love you as you are. I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious.
Welcome back, guys. I hope you enjoyed the duet. So moving down to the 10,000 hour rule, Malcolm said to become world-class anything, you have to put in 10,000 hours of practice, which equals to about 5 years of uninterrupted practice, which can eventually amount to 10 years in reality. In this slide, we have a graph that explains the 10,000 hours of practice, and Azia would love to explain the graph to us. Azia,
Thank you,
please.
Lizzie. So I think the total effect the rule everyone should be familiar with. Gladwell is actually talking about how practice makes perfect, and that's just it. So in the talking about the world best, if you see the world best, as they grow in age, they also increase the time they spend practicing, and this was what made them to be the best. I think that's what he was trying to talk about in the 10,000 hours.
Thank you very
No.
much, Azia.
Okay.
Now, just to buttress Atia's point, now, for those of us that watch football, who is more talented, Messi or Ronaldo? Now, we are going to definitely say Messi, but Ronaldo trains more. And Ronaldo, we all know Messi is a raw talent, but Ronaldo is better because of the persistent and training he has had. So therefore, the awards, the accolades Ronaldo had is due to the 10,000 rule, which shows that training helps.
Yeah, and quickly, in addition to that, Elizabeth,
Yeah.
can I go on?
Yes, you can.
Quickly, in addition to that, I'm all about motivation. What Malcolm is
Yeah.
just trying to tell us is that we have great performances in our end. So what we just have to do is we actually know that practice is the difference between good and great. So all you just have to do is engage in the act of practice and bring that greatness out of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys, for analyzing the 10,000 hour rule. So moving on to the factors determining success, Malcolm listed two. He said having the opportunity and also what we inherit. Having the opportunity means you have the opportunity, and how do you make use of the opportunity? Sometimes it's not just about having the opportunity alone. It's how you seize the opportunity. Malcolm said outliers are those who have been given opportunities, and again, those who have had the strength and presence of mind to seize them. So you see, it's not just about having the opportunities, it's about how you make use of it, and also what you inherit. Next slide. Gladwell turns to another very specific cultural legacy, that is rice farming in China, the rice paddies, and the math tests. Asiya, please do explain to us what the rice paddies and math tests actually mean.
Is that they take their language structure and their rice agriculture history. So you're looking at that, Chinese are all single syllabic and logically constructed. So as a result, Chinese speaking coders can easily count 1 to 100 better than Americans. And so another thing also is persistence, and persistence is a highly, valued Chinese trait. You also talk about how the importance of persistence was, constructed in rice agriculture, because the rice agriculture was not easy. It requires better management and also rewards the working farmer. So these two features of Chinese culture emphasizes persistence, and it gives Chinese children a distinct advantage when it comes to mathematics.
Thank you very much, Azia. Tomiwa, do you have anything to say about the rice paddies and math tests?
Okay, so quickly, I'll just say that what Malcolm said in that area, he said that the farmers involved in rice farming actually did more work than any other kind of farmer. That is, grain of rice involves a lot of perfectionism and constant vigilance. So what is trying to say in this area that people in China who had this opportunity actually have greater advantage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Azia. Linking this to cultural legacy, Joshua, please walk us through the cultural legacy that was discussed in the book.
Now, what Malcolm Gladwell said in this is that cultural legacy is the inheritance of cultural traits that influences our success. Now, I strongly disagree with that opinion again, because statistics from Self-Made American show that 70% of billionaires made their fortunes entirely from scratch and not linked to any cultural influences. So you cannot conclude that social background or cultural background has a great influence on whether you'll be successful or not. As an individual, we have motivators and drives, and these are not linked to our cultural and social backgrounds.
Thank you, Joshua. In conclusion, we all have heard from the panel, starting from talent and geniuses being overrated, the Matthew effect, the 10,000 hour rule, rice paddies and math tests, and lastly, cultural legacy. We should always have this in mind. We all have different ways of achieving our success story. It could be the 10,000 hour rule for Mr. A, while it is cultural legacy for Mr. B. Discover whichever works for you and trust the process. Thanks for your time, guys. See you same time next week. Bye. Bye.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very, very much. Just 1 minute, please. All right, I like the back and front of the. Is that the right word to use? I like the fact that you guys, had a little bit of drama with the whole presentation thing. It was really good. In particular, you actually chose to sing one of Dewale's favorite song of all times. Like, he would never let me hear word with that song. And so because of that, I'm going to ask him to give you guys feedback on your presentation. Mr. Daytopia, are you there?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I loved the break. It was funny to see you guys actually singing. Well done. But moving on to the more serious aspects. Right. So the first thing is, well done. I love the structure. I love the fact that, the audience, this is what we call audience engagement. It's not just about presentation, but I love the fact that it was argumentative, it was conversational. You took us from the beginning to the, you dragged us all through the end of the presentation, which is what we love to see. So I want to say well done. It was well planned, well thought of. It's a good presentation. One thing I also loved again is the fact that, I can't remember. So one of the team members said, I strongly disagree with the author, stating what the author says and then giving your own opinion as well, either you agree or not. So he strongly disagreed, and then not just disagree and say, well, I disagree because, I just disagree, but he also gave statistical evidence why he disagreed, that, a large number of self-made, billionaires are this and that. So it was great to see. That's what we call critical analysis. I love it. So the slides were good as well. Could do a bit of, it could be better, but it was really good. I loved it. I loved the whole presentation. So don't let me just, the rest of the feedback will be shared anyway. But well done to you guys. It was a good presentation, confident presentation as well. Kudos.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good job, guys. Good job. All right, so quickly, I'm just going to move to the next team. We're almost there. So the next team is Team Imperial. They've presented. Oh, wow, we are there already. So we've got just pace setters left. Nice. All right, pace setters, are you guys ready for me?
Yes, we are. Good evening, ma.
Good evening. All right, are you projecting your slides, or you would like me to? Okay, you guys are. Wow, I like this. You guys are like, let's cut the chase. Let's get to it. All right, so once you are ready, I'm just going to start your timer. Team Iconic, your time was... Sorry.
It's a wonderful new day, and welcome to your favorite talk show, Diaries of the Pace Setters. I remain your host, Motorola Aurora, and it's my pleasure to introduce our first guest speaker for today's episode of Diaries of the Pace Setters, Muhammad Kimba. Muhammad Gimba is a penultimate student of the Department of Economics at Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. He's an enthusiast of social impact and aspiring investment banker. Welcome, Gimba, and how are you today?
I'm doing great, Motorola.
It's an honor to welcome on stage a person of valor, and that is no other than Lukman Yusuf. Lukman Yusuf is a penultimate insurance student at Ahmadu Bello. He has passion for finance and led Africa ARM Holdings. And also, Lukman, how do you feel? Ladies and gentlemen.
I feel really honored and I'm pleased to be here.
All right, thank you very much, Lukman. Ladies and gentlemen, you might know him, but don't know who he is. With me here today is Great Namani, a final year student at the University of Nigeria studying towards a bachelor degree in economics. He's a result-oriented scholar who has keen interest in leadership, finance, and research.
He has spent most of his years as a public speaker, presenter, and leader. Welcome, Great. How are you feeling this evening?
Feeling very excited, Moton. Thank you for having me.
This is the Diaries of the Pace Setters, and we have 3 guests who will be sharing their views as regards the book for this week, Still Like an Artist by Justin Cleon. Still Like an Artist, 10 Things Nobody Told You About Being Creative is a book with creative ideas written by Austin Cleon. Cleon presents himself as a young writer and artist, emphasizing that creativity is everywhere and is for everyone. In his own words, you don't need to be a genius, you just need to be yourself. So this episode of Diaries of the Page Setters is for everyone, wherever you are or whatever you make. Don't forget that we'll also be having a quiz session after the discussions, and our winner will win himself or herself a prize. So let's get started. Hi, Gimba.
Hi, Motorola.
Gimba, is it worth stealing?
Yeah, it was stealing actually.
Wow, that's interesting. So one
In the
of the
creative
10
world.
things Austin mentioned in his book was that the original taste. What's your take on that?
Thank you, Motorola, for that question. If you ask me whether the pressure to be original is largely misplaced, I will say yes, because every creative work is built upon previous work. And that's why in page 20 of the book, he said that life is all about garbage in and garbage out, which means that we are as good as what we surround ourselves with. I mean, if you ask me, all of the things that I've achieved so far in my life is as a result of previous, current contribution and ideas of others. Indeed, nothing is completely original. If I were to start a business today, I will have to study my competitors to know how they're faring in terms of marketing, pricing, and other business strategies. If I am to conduct a research, I need to carry out literature review, that is studying previous work or literature in that space. It means that my business and research will get inspiration from other or previous work. Indeed, nothing is completely original. The author quoted Jonathan Letton in that same book in page 14. He said that when people call something original, 9 out of 10 times, they don't even know the reference or the original source involved. And this is me buttressing the fact that for you to be completely original in the creative work, it means you have to produce nothing, say nothing, or write nothing. Thank you.
I think I agree with you on that, because when William Ralph was asked what's originality, he said undetected plagiarism. So thanks so much for shedding light on that, Gimba. On to you, Great. Based on your profile, I realized you have keen interest in research and also working as a researcher. Austin Klein mentioned in his book, Still Like an Artist, that we shouldn't discard any of our passions. My question would be, why are hobbies and side projects important?
Yeah, thank you for that, Morton. Yeah, that was exactly in page 58 of the book where he explained that hobbies and side projects are very, very important. You know, if you have 2 or 3 real passions, don't feel like you have to pick between them. Don't discard any one of them, right? Because, you know, sometimes it's actually the side project which you might seem not the major project that kicks you started or that makes your magic happen. For instance, I'll share a personal experience. I interned with KPMG last year. But prior to my internship with KPMG, I was thinking auditing was for me. I was so passionate about it. I was equally passionate about research, but then I felt auditing was for me. But after my internship with KPMG, I discovered auditing can never be for me, definitely not for me. And then I decided to try out my side project research. And currently I'm working with a research firm. And this is because I did not ignore my side project. So side projects are very, very important. And in terms of hobby, they are also very pertinent. For me, I feel research is for the world to see. My research is for the world to see. But my hobby is music, and it's for me alone. So in conclusion, I would say, don't throw any of your stuff away, right? Don't throw any of your projects away. One day, you will look back and it will all make sense to you.
I can't agree more. Thanks, Great, for that. I can see you're an entrepreneur at heart, Lukman. So how would you explain creativity to someone who knows nothing about it?
Okay, thank you, Mosun, for that very insightful question. In page 118 of the book, Austin said something which really caught my attention. He said, creativity isn't just the things we choose to put in, it's the things we leave out. In this age of information abundance, many people will tell you that creativity revolves around thinking outside the box. But most times you realize that these people didn't even think inside the box, but they want to think outside the box. I tell you, Motun, there are 1,000,000,001 things outside the box, and in order to achieve creativity, you need to focus. I'll share a story. Back then when I was in my diploma, I used to feel like a jack of all trades. I was a social media manager, a graphic designer, a writer at the same time. But guess what, Mutun? I wasn't performing optimally. I was creating very basic designs, not getting enough engagements on my social media pages and so on. I thought I was being creative by exploring everything, not until I focused more on writing, more specifically on writing poems. I then noticed that the comments I get from my connections changed. People were like, wow, I never knew you were a good writer, Lukman. Until date, I have written several great poems, including the Black education we presented in our last Daytopia session.
Wow, I see. So every new idea is just a mashup or a remix of one or more previous ideas. Thank you very much, Lukman. Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard our guests share some of their knowledge to us about the book Still Like an Artist, and I'm sure they still have more under their sleeves. What part of their diaries are they going to uncover? I really want to know, and I'm sure all of you want to know as well. But you'll have to wait for that in just a moment. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back. And here is the final lap of today's episode on the diaries of the pace setters. I think I'll start with Great now. Great. The next thing Austin mentioned about being creative was that creativity is subtraction. Do you think that is right? Because personally, I feel creativity is something positive and should be represented with addition, not subtraction. So what's your take on that?
Austin is definitely right, Morton. Creativity is subtraction. We live in a world or in an age where there is so much information abundance and so much overload. As a young person, you go online and discover there are several opportunities. And then sometimes you could be overwhelmed by these opportunities. But then those who lead, or those who will be ahead, are those who will be able to figure out what to leave out. So it's not just about being aware of various opportunities. How are you able to concentrate amidst all opportunities? So you'll have to place some constraints on yourself. As a person, I used to apply for every opportunity that comes my way, whatever it is, as far as it is something that will lead to my personal growth. But then I've discovered that that is not the way it's meant to be. That we're supposed to be focused. So what makes us interesting as a person is not just about what we've experienced, but also about what we've not experienced. So to all young lads out there, my advice is choose wisely. Creativity is not just about things we choose to put in our work, but it's also about things we decide to leave out. So embrace your limitations and keep moving.
Thank you very much. Great. I think you are right. Creativity is not just addition. It involves the things that you subtract too. Thank you very much. So Austin also mentioned the not so secret formula in his book, Still Like an Artist. Can you enlighten us on that, Lukman?
All right, Motun, thanks for the question. Many people have written books on how to become famous and successful. Brian Tracy wrote the book 21 Success Secrets of Self-Made Billionaires. John C. Maxwell wrote How Successful People Think and The Magic of Thinking Big by David Strauss, and countless other books I can't mention here on the call. But one thing we usually forget is the fact that being rich is not a deliberate attempt on itself. It's an attempt to solve a problem. And one thing that caught my attention most in this book is on page 32, where Austin said, fake it till you make it. Although I don't entirely agree with this statement because faking it won't do the magic alone, there is need for hard work. I would like to share a brief experience of myself. The suit you can see on my profile on this Zoom call is actually a borrowed suit. And the person who lent me this suit might probably be on this call. I always wanted to be a top-notch finance professional, so I acted like one. I used this photo on my LinkedIn profile, my applications in finance roles, and so on. And I can tell you, Motim, that I'm gradually achieving my aim of becoming a top-notch finance professional. According to the words of Glenn O'Brien in the book, Think I'm Still Like an Artist in page 33, he said, you start out as phony and become real. And that is exactly what I'm doing and what I will personally advise others to do.
Wow, thank you very much, Lukman, because with what you've said, you're literally telling us that if it is possible for us to fake it till we make it. Thank you very much. And also telling us to share our dots, but don't connect with them. That's interesting. To sum up our discussion for today, Muhammad, what can all leaders and professionals learn from stealing like an artist?
Thank you very much, Motuela, for that question. I believe to this point, you must have learned a lot from the host as well as my fellow panelists. I believe if you read Still Like an Artist by Austin Kleon, you'll be able to improve your artistical ability and as well as build a creative life for yourself. And better still, the pressure to be original will be kicked off your life. Also, you wouldn't have to wait to discover yourself before you get started, because we tend to know ourselves in the process of doing. But one thing I want to point out is the fact that as you go on to Still Like an Artist, you shouldn't take people's work without giving acknowledgement. That would be deadly. That's plagiarism.
Thanks so much, Lukman, Gimba. So still like an artist, but acknowledge the people that you copy their work. Thank you very much for that. So the moment we are waiting for is here, and 3 people would be living here with exciting prices. Have you been following up on our discussion so far? I think you should be able to figure that out by answering the following questions. So you can actually answer these questions using the chat box. Which of these statements is true according to the book? Who authored the book Still Like an Artist? According to the book, what is more important when it comes to creativity? So our winners for today's episode of Diaries of the Page Setters are Tijani Lawal and Adetayo Adebowale. You've won yourself a soft copy of the book Still Like an Artist by Justin Cleon, and you'll be receiving that. This is the end of our show. This is the Diaries of the Page Setters. See you next week. Bye.
Oh my goodness. You know, when you think you've seen you've seen it all, and then you are seeing a different, amazing version to this old thing. Like, this is amazing. It felt like I was actually hearing directly from the author himself. Lukman felt like the author, and I felt like Great and Mohammed felt like, it felt to me like other co-authors that were, there to critique the main author. And Motorola just gives a summary of the whole thing, and he just brings the whole thing, he ties the whole thing into perspective. It's really, really, really sweet and wonderful, beautiful to listen to. In fact, I was on the edge of my seat all through the presentation. This was really amazing. It was really good. So you're telling me that the poem that we listened to last week was an original?
Yes, it was. It was written by Lukman.
Oh my goodness, you didn't tell us last. Oh my goodness, you guys are amazing. Lukman, well done, well done, well done. And thanks for the advertisement. It was so good. Adetayo, I want you to give this team a feedback, please.
Thank you, Dr. Adejumoke. Well done, guys. To all those that have presented before, well done. Sorry, I've not been able to comment, but I've enjoyed every presentation. These pace setters, you guys are cheats, eh? You're a serious cheat. You were creative, your slides were creative, you brought the artistic value, and I just don't know. Hey, in short, I don't need to read this book. All what you have done, I've just shown that you can be so creative, and yet you have stolen the idea. The truth is that there is nothing new under the earth, as we all believe. There's nothing new. It's just what we discover that we call new. They have always been there. So the author tried to say this in his own way. And you have also emphasized that point with what you have done. So beautiful presentation. I find it hard to fault this. It will be very difficult for me to fault this. There will always be room for improvement, which I cannot think of now. But the truth is that you have done well. Well done, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Adetayo, thank you so much. And the team, thank you. Mr. Daytopia, do you have any final feedbacks for the team or for the whole team that have presented generally?
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. I want to say well done to Team Pesetas. Mr. Adetayo has already said everything. So I love the fact that you were talking about the title was still like an artist, that you brought your artistic, your creativity into it. And I love Motorola is like a natural host. I loved the whole idea, and the structure as well was really good. And I can see that you put my name as executive producer. Thank you. And I love you still put some effort into the short break as well, which was nice to see. So I mean, you guys did really well. But overall, this week, this phase has been really good. It feels like I've read a lot of books in just one day, and I want to really applaud everybody.
I'm sorry, Mr. Daytopia. Before you go ahead, you said they mentioned your name as the executive producer, but mine was the producer, which means I have more money than you. It
Yes.
means I've invested more in their presentation than you. So
that's why I said I claim that executive producer. Thank you. It's nice. Well, it was a really nice one. Well done. But overall, I can't see any team getting, a low mark this phase. I can't see any team getting 70% this phase, because every team has brought, great energy, great effort, and I've seen a lot of creativity in all the slides as well in this phase. And I think this phase was probably last phase was just a wake-up call that, right, okay, if we don't do well, we are not going to score well. But this phase, everyone really brought their A game. Almost, everybody brought their A games, which is nice to see again. It's nice to really see really good slides, really good presentations, creative thinking, outside the box thinking again, compared to last phase, which a lot of the mentors were not pleased with. But this week, I want to really appreciate you guys. Well done. And for taking all the feedbacks in as well. It's really good to see you implement what we've already talked about. So well done to everyone today, and thank you for your time. Thank you for your time, the mentors as well. Really appreciate this. Well done.
all right, thank you very much, guys. Your time was 14:58, which was good timing. It shows that you guys utilized your time well and you did justice to your presentation. All right, do we have any mentor that want to quickly give us general feedback, and then we close for today? As you all know, the final marks will be sent later. All right, yes.
All right, thank you very much. I want to appreciate all the teams that are presented today. When we got the email of the books, I said, wow, I've only read 5 out of all these books, so I need to quickly go and check up and read more of these books. And I'm happy that even if I didn't check all, I checked some. The ones I couldn't check, you guys made it real for me, as if I've read it. So if somebody should ask me about the book now, I'll have 1 or 2 things to say. So I'm now stealing like an artist, right? All right, so you guys have done well. I appreciate your effort. The last thing I would just say is that it is good to read books. It is good to analyze books. But the greatest of it all is to apply books. But one thing about application is that it's not all the principle in a book that you apply. You pick the ones that are good for you, you apply it in your life. That is when you have read book or you have read a book. Because it's not about the number of books we read, but about the number of application we are able to put in our real life. So Daytopia have given you the platform to read. Don't just say that it's just a one-off program for reading. It's just to imbibe the culture of reading in you. So as Dr. Jumi and Dr. Yusuf has said in previous comment that I've heard, let's apply these books in our lives. It's very, very important that we realize that we are not just reading just for the fun of how many books have you read. If you ask some people this year that how many books have they read, they will tell you, I've read 20, I've read 30. There was a time I was also like that. But it got to a point that you have to realize that it's not about the number of books, but the number of applications. So good one, everyone. Please take up, even if it's not your book, if you have listened to the analysis and you've seen something that interests you in any of the book, please pick any of the book up, read and apply to your life. The sky is the starting point for everybody, and we all get there in any name of any of our gods. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Detayo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thanks to all the team that presented today. Good job, guys. All right, so we've come to the end of this session. Do we have Team Leo Essential here? Okay, that's fine. All right, so we've come to the end of today's presentation. Thank you all for attending. The scores would be posted on the group chat, as you all know. Great job, guys. Congratulations to you all. All right, see you guys next week. With regards to the business presentation, I think we would hold another meeting just to further explain this to you. You would be, your team leader would give you more information with regards to that. All right, guys. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye.